Introduction. June 28, 2008. Mid-State Correctional Facility, Marcy, New York. 2:30 p.m. Yo, picture this. I'm sitting by myself at this cold-ass metal table in the visit room, time moving slow as fuck. They got me waiting till 3 o'clock before I can dip back to the dorm. Alchemist just bounced, and for real, I wish I could have walked out them doors right beside him. But nah, I still had more than 2 years left in that 8x10 box. 2 more years before I'd breathe that real air again. It was his second time coming up. 4-hour ride from the city, straight from Manhattan to this upstate spot. He pulled up looking healthy, focused, eyes sharp like always. The visit room was packed. Maybe 60 dudes sitting with they peoples, talking, laughing, trying to act normal for a minute. Every now and then somebody yelled out, "Mobb Deep." "What up, Prodigy?" "Yo, Alchemist." Dudes showing love, guards even nodding a lil. Strange kind of respect in a place built to break you. I told Al how they been cool, signing lil scraps of paper for cats, keeping the peace. But once he left, that silence hit me. I sat there, looking around, feeling that weight again. Didn't matter who I was out there. In here I was just another number. DIN, number 08A1481. That's me. The 8 mean the year I got snatched. The A stand for downstate where they first sent me. And that 1,481 mean I was the 1,481st body they processed that year. Ain't no fame in that. We all the same once them gates close. I ain't going front. I didn't want to be here. But I knew I belonged here. I earned this shit. Every day I'd hear dudes crying about how the COs treat 'em, how the food trash, how the rules ain't fair. And I'd just sit there like, yo, stop bitching, do your time. 'Cause deep down, I knew what I did. I'd caused damage out there, real damage. Did some foul, wicked shit to people that ain't deserve it. So when I think about it, 3.5 years, that's light. That's a slap on the wrist for all the dirt I got away with. So I took it on the chin. No excuses, no tears. I decided I was going to make something out of this time, instead of letting it eat me alive. Prisons slow you down in a way the world can't. You start seeing yourself different. You reflect, you replay every scene. I realized how cold I used to be, how numb I let myself get. Some of that came from the pain, the sickle cell. That shit make you hard without even trying to. Growing up where I did, around who I did, it all mixed together till you forget what feeling even mean. I ain't blaming nobody though. That's just the recipe for a sinner. But somewhere in the middle of all that noise, I made a choice. I ain't trying to walk that evil line no more. Took me long enough to see good ain't soft. It's discipline. You can't play both sides forever. I learned that the hard way. Now my mind clear, my body good, my soul sharper than it ever been. I feel alive again, for real. And it's crazy because I've been in this game since I was 16, running across the globe, shows every night. Money coming in faster than I could spend it. Groupies, weed, bottles, hotel suites, cameras flashing, radio spots, all that. 17 straight years of non-stop motion. 17. Do the math. I came in this joint at 33, but truth be told, I was still 16 inside. My life been paused, like I got stuck in the same loop since the first Mobb record dropped. I never stopped long enough to grow up. Now I'm sitting here, 30-something, finally facing myself without the noise, without the entourage, without the spotlight. It's like time finally caught up to me, and I'm forced to meet the man I was supposed to be all along. I ain't proud of everything I did, but I'm thankful I lived long enough to see the pattern, to break it. It took iron bars and concrete walls to teach me patience. Took silence to teach me how loud my thoughts really been. I used to chase everything: fame, respect, money, fear. But now, I'm just chasing peace. When that gate finally opened, I ain't walking out the same nigga that walked in. I might be scarred, but I'm awake now. I see life for what it is: cold, fast, but real if you pay attention. That's the space I'm in right now. Ain't no mask, ain't no image. Just me, sitting in this cell, thinking about every step that led here. And for the first time in a long time, I can finally feel something. Chapter 1. Genesis 8. Let me take you back to the roots, the bloodline, where all this shit really started. My fam tree ain't simple. It's layered like pain and pride sitting in the same room. Pops's side, they was from the dirty South. Part black, part Cherokee. Real old school soul mixed with fire. My grandpops, Bud Johnson Sr., came out of Dallas, Texas. Grandmoms, Bernice, she from Richmond, Virginia. Smooth skin, straight hair, beauty with that fighter's spirit. She was one of them first Cotton Club dancers in Harlem, when that joint was the heartbeat of the city. You couldn't even get in unless your skin was light enough to pass, or you was serving drinks or entertaining. She ain't care though. She was up in there shining, dancing with the best of 'em. That's where she met my grandpops. Dude was in the band, blowing sax like the shit was breathing through him. He was that dude for real. Jazz Hall of Fame, friends with giants. Billy Eckstein, Dizzy Gillespie, cats like that. Quincy Jones used to come through their crib, learning how to read sheet music from my grandpops himself. Big Bud wasn't no local hero. He toured the world, sax and clarinet talking louder than words ever could. When I was a little kid, he'd sit me on his lap, puffing that tobacco pipe, showing me how them crazy music notes worked. I ain't understand none of it back then, but the energy stuck. Music was in the air we breathed. After that Cotton Club wave, my grandmom's flipped her own bag. She opened a dance school out in Jamaica, Queens, Bernice Johnson Dance Studio. Started small in the basement, couple students, then blew that shit up till she owned her own building on Merrick Boulevard. First black woman in that whole area to do it. Talking about some real boss energy. She used to call herself H.N.I.C. before rappers even made it cool. Head nigga in charge. Everybody knew her name. When that dance craze hit in the 70s and 80s. Saturday Night Fever, Fame, breakdancing, all that. Her spot was booming. But don't get it twisted like it was all glitz. My people came up through hell. The 50s, 60s, segregation, racism, straight up hatred. They had to fight for every inch of respect. Pops, Bud Johnson Jr., grew up in South Jamaica as the rich kid. But even with money, he had to throw hands in the streets just to prove he wasn't soft. My mom's side was a whole different story. They came from a line that was mostly Irish, white passing folks who built shit that changed the game. My great-great-great-grandfather, William Jefferson White, that man started Morehouse College in the basement of his church back in 1867. No cap. That blew my mind the first time I heard it. Like damn Dr. King, Samuel L. Jackson, Spike Lee, all them walked out that same legacy. His grandson, William Shaw, was a political boss out in Georgia back when that wasn't even supposed to be possible for a black man. He built the first post office for us in Atlanta. I ain't gonna lie, when I first learned I had white blood, that shit disgusted me. I was thinking, man, some slave master must have raped my ancestors. But with time, I learned to carry it all, the pain and the pride. 'Cause that's me. Pops was born in '42, raised right there behind Guy Brewer Boulevard in Jamaica, Queens. Mom's, Fatima Francis, came up in Harlem before her family moved down to the projects in South Jamaica. Her mother's name was Bernie Johnson. Yeah, like my other grandmoms. So that shit already felt destined. They met at the dance school, two kids just trying to figure life out. He was 11, playing drums. She was 9, singing and dancing, eyes full of dreams. First crush type shit, sweet and harmless, till Pop started wildin'. Dude had girls everywhere, thought he was a little playboy. Mom's wasn't having that. She dipped on him. When he hit 15, he was singing in some doo-wop group called the Chanters, thought he was next up. Didn't really pop, though. But Mom's? She caught lightning. 1962, she got called to join the Crystals. Yeah, those Crystals. Da-do ron ron. Then he kissed me. He's a rebel. All that. She was a dime, too. Light skin, hazel green eyes, 19 years old with a baby boy already. She left my older brother Greg with family and hit the road. Toured with Diana Ross, the Supremes, even Dick Clark. She was living that life. Tours, lights, fame. She even got engaged to Charlie Thomas from the Drifters for a minute, but that fizzled out. After a few years of that rock star run, she came back to New York. Pop saw her again, realized he fucked up, wanted her back. And this time, she gave him another shot. They tied the knot, and that's when I came into the picture. November 2nd, 1974, 9:32 p.m., Nassau Medical Center, Hempstead, Long Island. By then, the neighborhood was changing. They called it white flight, black families moving in, whites moving out. My grandmoms had 2 cribs, one in Hempstead, one in Lakeview, and that's where we ended up. But my story ain't start smooth. Less than a year old, I was already fighting pain. Doctors poking, wires hanging off me, lights blinding my baby eyes. I remember flashes, faces hovering over me, my mom's crying, my pops looking lost. They said I had sickle cell, anemia, SS type, the worst kind. That was my introduction to life, pain and hospitals. And that pain, man, it followed me everywhere. It shaped me. One minute I'd be laughing in the dance studio, watching girls spin to African drums. The next I'd be back in a hospital bed, chest on fire, bones screaming. My pops called me bop head, 'cause I'd always nod to the beat like I was feeling the rhythm, even in pain. That balance, joy then pain, light then dark, that's been my whole life story. Soon as I said it, little Albert turning into Prodigy, the air felt different. Same buildings, same elevators smelling like metal and piss. But my eyes was new. Every sound became a drum hit, every hallway a verse. Le Frac wasn't just where I lived, it was the metronome. 5th floor of Peru, windows rattling from boom boxes, tires hissing on wet asphalt. Somebody laughing too loud 2 buildings over. That was my orchestra, for real. After school, I'd slide through the lobby, dap Boozy, check what was playing on his box. If it was Rakim, we're writing. If it was Kane, we trying to flip multis. If somebody had on Slick Rick, I'd study the pictures he painted, think how to make mine darker, colder, more me. Punishment or not, I kept a notebook on me like an oxygen tank. Couple loose pages folded behind the cover with half a hook and a bar I ain't know where to place yet. I ain't have jewelry money, but I had lines that bit like a pit. That was my chain. I still felt sickle cell lurking in my blood like a silent hater. Some mornings I'd wake up and my bones screamed like they was full of broken glass. Moms would rub me down, warm towel on the joints, whisper prayers into my hairline, then kiss my forehead and say, "You strong, baby." We tougher than this, and I'd nod 'cause I ain't want to see her worry. But when the pain cut deep, I learned to breathe on the 2s and 4s, in, out, in, out. Count my way through like a drum pattern. Pain became tempo. That taught me discipline rap never could. By 13, the block politics turned louder. You ain't need to be a kingpin to get touched. All it took was the wrong stare at the bodega or stepping on the wrong sneaker tongue on the bus. I kept my head on a swivel and my verses sharper than any blade I used to carry. I figured out early. A mean 16 will open doors a weapon only gets you locked behind. So I picked a lane. Queensbridge stayed pulling at me like a magnet, though. Moms worked there. I had summer days there, fam there. Big projects, long shadows, voices echo off brick like ghosts talking back. On weekends, I'd hop the train, cross that little river of tracks, and post up by the benches just to listen. Older heads sparring in ciphers, talking grown man pain, state greens, dirty work boots, phone calls home through glass. I ain't have them war stories yet, but I had a hunger they recognized. Sometimes they'd pass me the imaginary mic, and I'd slide in low, voice calm, words like razor wire. Couple oohs and run that back later, I knew I was on the right frequency. Back in Jamaica at Grandma's dance school, me and Stu turned the empty rooms into a studio with nothing but a tape deck and imagination. We'd stack pillows in a circle like a pop filter and rap into the mouth of the radio. Pause, rewind, overdub, pray the hiss ain't eat the bar. Between classes, Carrie would peek in talkin' mess like, "Y'all better say something real." And we'd laugh but take it serious. Grandma let us rock as long as we ain't break mirrors or get chalk dust on the leotards. That building raised ballerinas by day and low-key MCS by night. Pops drifted in and out like a bad signal. Sometimes he'd pull up clean, tell me he proud, drop a gem. Don't chase the crowd, make the crowd chase you, then vanish for weeks. I learned to pocket the good and let the rest blow past like smoke. When the phone rang late, my chest always tightened, waiting on bad news. Living between love and chaos was normal. I made it rhyme 'cause that's how I made it make sense. One fall evening, Boozy ran to my door, out of breath, saying, "Yo, there's a kid in QB you gotta hear. Quiet dude, but nasty. Name Havoc." We slid over. Short kid, hoodie low, eyes like he already seen too much. He ain't say much at first. Then someone dropped a beat on the lunch table. Boom, ka-boom, boom, ka. And he snapped. Voice flatline cold, lines tight, no fat. We traded verses. The cipher kept shrinking till it was just us two. Iron recognized iron. We ain't call it destiny, just, yo, pull up tomorrow. Tomorrow turned into a routine. Leaf rack to Queensbridge, notebooks to shoeboxes, tapes labeled with dates, and a sloppy P+H scrawled on the side. We built songs the way you build muscle, rep after rep. No shortcuts, no pretty mirrors. If we ain't like a line, we killed it. If a hook didn't stick to your ribs, we starved it. We chased a feeling we couldn't describe yet. Something colder than brag rap, deeper than party joints. Hood lullabies for kids that ain't sleep. Street psalms for mothers who cried quiet. That was the shape of it. I still dipped through trouble like rain through scaffolds. Cats tested you just 'cause your face looked peaceful. One night outside the Peru building, an argument popped over nothing and turned heavy in a second. I ain't detailing it. No need to glamorize. But I'll say this. I learned when to speak and when to leave, when pride costs more than hospital lights, and how a hallway can swallow echoes whole. After, I wrote harder. The pen soaked up what I wouldn't tell. The first time we stepped in a real studio, we was green as grass, but ready like veterans. Foam on the walls, glass between us and the engineer, that red light beaming like a judge's eye. I felt sickle cell pinch my back and dared it to stop me. Have laid a hook at whisper volume that somehow sounded like thunder. I stacked verses until my breath burned. Walked out with a dub of our roughs, held it like it was our firstborn. Played it for moms. She smiled tired but bright. Played it for the homies. They did the screw face, which mean, it's hittin'. We was on our way. Maybe crooked, maybe slow, but definitely forward. Every dollar I ain't blow on sneakers went to studio time and tapes. I learned to write on buses, write in stairwells, write leaned against radiators in winter with my hands numb. The colder my fingers, the colder the bar. I cut unnecessary words like dead weight. If a line ain't bleed truth, it died on the page. We ain't know the industry yet. Contracts, snakes, fake friends in real leather. But we knew how to survive a cipher and a winter. That's the same skill most days. Pain kept teaching. Some nights it folded me. I'd lay on the floor staring at the ceiling crack that looked like a crooked river. Tell myself breathe to the beat. Moms would knock soft, slide me tea, kiss my temple, close the door so I could curse at God under my breath and then apologize a minute later. When the wave passed, I'd sit up, sweat cold, and write exactly what it felt like. Not to be brave, just to be accurate. People hear honesty in the vowels. It make 'em trust you. Word spread. Little show here, open mic there. We ain't set crowds on fire yet, but flames started licking at the edges. Have built beats that felt like a staircase to a basement you shouldn't go in. I lined the halls with stories and dared you to keep walking. Older heads started nodding when we walked up, not down looking like before. That nod? That's a key in this city. I promised myself I wouldn't get lost. No more tester packs, no more dumb stunts for a quick legend that fade by next summer. If I was gonna be infamous, it wouldn't be for a headline. It'd be for the body of work, the shadow it cast on a whole coast. That was the vow. One late night, last train back, I pressed my forehead to the window and watched the city run backwards. Bridges, smokestacks, billboards with lies painted pretty. My reflection looked older than my age, but my eyes was steady. I reached in my pocket, pulled the folded page. New hook. New mission statement. I whispered it till the words carved grooves in my throat. Deep in the marrow where the cold wind live, we turn pain into patterns, and the block forgives. Two wolves in the winter with a notebook flame. Say my name low, let the echo explain. I looked up. The train slid into our stop like a secret. Doors hissed. I stepped out into that leaf-fracked night, hoodie up, heart loud, future close. And just like that, tomorrow had work for us. Morning came with that city chill, concrete still sweating last night's secrets. I was halfway to the bodega when life reminded me there's always a bill to pay for being young and reckless. Aunt Charlotte was the one who caught us first. Store backroom, security tight-lipped, me and Stu with toy figures stuffed in our pockets like we ain't no better. They sat us down under buzzing lights while my aunt stood there, calm but carved from steel. She lifted her hair and showed me where the world already tried to end her. Bullets still living at the base of her head, a migraine that never clocked out. "Why you gotta pull this while I'm watching you?" she said, voice heavy as a courtroom. That look hurt more than cuffs. When Moms arrived, the mercy was over. She lifted my arm high like a referee and laced my legs and backside with a plastic laundry line. the same cord the girls used to jump rope. I hopped and blocked and learned. The welts sang all night. Lesson registered. I ain't shoplift for a long time after that. Easter, we took the train to Nana's in Ravenswood. Ms. Bernie Johnson, soft hands, hazel eyes like Mom's, voice pure Queen's nasal, worked the token booth on Jackson Avenue and chain-smoked like stress had a tab open. Her apartment looked like a souvenir stall from around the world. Little statues, tiny spoons, snow globes that held somebody else's weather. Jet magazines stacked on the table like a family Bible. Outside, those big Central Park rocks planted in the project's dirt. Me and Nana would toss peanuts and watch squirrels hit the ground like linebackers. She ran a side hustle too, knockoff colognes sold in beauty salons. If you like Ralph Lauren, you'll love Rudolph Laurenti. The labels lied. The smell told the truth. I'd be back in school smelling like fake Drakkar and gray flannel. But heads didn't know the difference. Uncle Charlie rolled through from the VA. Vietnam done scrambled him. He'd show up with a black garbage bag full of modeled tanks and planes, 90 pieces each. Glue, stickers, paint. I never finished one. I ain't have the patience, and trauma ain't come with instructions anyway. What I did finish was Nana's chicken wings. Saltier than gossip, better than church. Summer '86 turned the dial up. Older dudes started disappearing behind gun smoke and tall grass beefs. Le Frac got louder, meaner. Guns showed up easier than fathers. New York shifted under our feet. Moms peeped me slipping. BB guns, switchblades, the uniform of a kid asking for trouble. So come September, she slid me into a Lutheran school on Queens Boulevard. White button-down, clip-on tie, blazer, hard shoes. I'd leave class and walk past the public school crew feeling like a target in a marching band. Embarrassment will make a young man perform. So after the last bell, I showed out extra, just to prove I was still me. Halloween, we went full stupid. 15 deep, egging cars and windows, socks stuffed with baby powder, popping strangers who didn't deserve our games. Then a cop rolled by in one of those three-wheel scooter cars. We egged him on instinct and broke for the LIE footbridge. Halfway up, I looked at the crew, and the crew looked back. Why we running? We turned, surrounded the little buggy, rocked it until it tipped like a turtle, then vanished into the night. I sprinted home before punishment could catch me at the door. November hit, and I turned 13. Moms and Grandma blessed me with a Genesis turntable, headphones, one speaker, and cash for vinyl. Christmas stacked the arsenal, another deck, a mic, a mixer. I started cutting tapes in the bedroom, blending biz into Too Short, talking slick between the blends like I owned a radio station nobody knew existed yet. The room smelled like dust and hot electronics. I loved it. 2 years at that Lutheran spot crawled by, class size small, work simple, uniform still hell. The daydream stayed loud. On weekends, I kept bouncing between Le Frac, Queensbridge, and Jamaica Avenue, building the kind of hunger you can hear when a beat drops. By junior high graduation, I wanted ink. Pops had an old airborne parachute on his forearm from his Green Beret days. POW missions, stories he only told in fragments. I tried a Long Island shop near Belmont with a fake ID. Bearded Jerry Garcia-looking dude laughed me out. Months later in Virginia, a spot didn't care how young I was. $30 later, I walked out with the Tasmanian Devil on my right shoulder. Back home, I was one of the only kids my age with a tattoo. I kept my sleeve rolled to the biceps so the world could see. Then came a skeleton dangling off barbed wire on my right arm, then a dragon from the flash sheet on my right hand. Mom's almost fainted. She worried about sickle cell and infections. I worried about becoming the man I thought my father was. Truth is, I was a crazy little kid. Sickle Cell and Pops both had their names on the paperwork. Then the pain came for me with both hands. Hospital for 2 days. Back home, angry at God and bone-deep tired, I tried to exit. Rope on the closet pole, knife at the wrist. Turns out death hurts worse than life when you try to do it quick and ugly. I stopped. Sat on the floor with my chest on fire and my pride in pieces. Moms walked in on the mess, the noose, the steak knife, me small. She talked to me for hours, didn't blink. Next day, she dragged me to Dr. Z on Queens Boulevard. He had a glass bowl of candy I assaulted every visit and a calm voice that told me things would be okay. I wasn't buying, but I showed up 4 times to keep Moms from breaking. Then I told her save the money. I wasn't going to try it again. I'd rather live. The plan, for all its flaws, was still the plan. Funny I say I don't like people in my business. And here I am unboxing the attic for you. But putting it on paper made me realize maybe somebody hears this and chooses breath. Maybe somebody takes the stairs instead of the ledge. If that's the trade, I'll make it. End of that summer, everybody on the block was talking high schools, art and design, John Bone. Art and design sounded like a door with clean light behind it. To get in, you needed a test and a portfolio. I wasn't painting still lifes and fruit bowls. I was airbrushing knockoff Shirt Kings tees, Lewis logos and Gucci monograms, floating over names and cartoon characters. I figured them folks in Manhattan ain't seen Queens like this. Might impress them enough to open the gate. Truth? I didn't care about school like that. I already chose rap. But I wanted to be with my Lee Frack people, and I wanted a path that wasn't a sidewalk to a cell. Life had other blueprints. The next crew I met would turn my map upside down and redraw the borders. New friends, new scars, new records. The ground was shifting under us again, this time towards something bigger. So I kept writing. Kept breathing to the beat when the pain crawled up my spine. Kept chasing that cold feeling we coined. Hood lullabies for kids that ain't sleep. Street psalms for moms who cry quiet. I ain't know it yet. But every cheap tape, every flubbed take, every stern talk, every welt, every fake cologne, every tattoo needle buzz, each one was a rung. And we were climbing. Tomorrow was already calling collect. I picked up. Chapter 2. Poetical Prophets. First day of high school, man. That shit always hit different. You wake up knowing the whole world watching you level up. I spent that whole summer of '89 trying to glow up for real. 15 now, couldn't be looking like no little nigga no more. I needed that gear. Fila, Nautica, Polo, Benetton, Guess, all that fly shit. But I ain't had bread like that. So me and Stu did what we knew. Quick jucks, clean come up. I ain't proud, but that's how you move when you want respect. Got my fits right, cut my hair fresh, and by the time September hit, I was ready to walk through them doors like a movie scene. Art and design. They let me in off them shirts I airbrushed all summer, them fake Shirt Kings joints. Gucci prints, Lewis patterns, but with my name slid in the middle. I ain't think they'd bite, but they did. When that acceptance letter hit, I felt like, yeah, I'm really in the game now. First day at A&D was wild. Cats from every borough. Bronx, Harlem, Staten Island, Brooklyn, Queens. The energy was crazy. Mad girls, too. I thought LaFrac had dimes. But nah, this was a different level. It felt like the city dropped all its fine art chicks in one school. I ain't see nobody from my block at first, but I ain't stress it. I met this dude Derek from the Bronx in photography class. Cool nigga. His moms worked at WBLS, had industry connects, always dropping little gems about the business side. We used to post up at lunch every day. That's where everything happened. Lunch was like the yard. You had rap battles in one corner, fades getting lined up at another, cats selling weed and burners in the bathroom, random stick-ups by the vending machines. That shit was its own ecosystem. By that time, I already had a demo moving. Moms was helping manage me because she knew the business. I was calling myself Lord T, the golden child, straight off that Eddie Murphy flick. I was writing heavy, trying to get noticed, and out of nowhere, we land a little demo deal with Jive. Nothing major, just studio time and a chance. But to me, it felt like destiny peeking through the blinds. Through that, I met this woman Kim at Jive. Thick, brown skin, always smiling when she saw me. She put me on a soundtrack spot, Boys in the Hood. I got 16 bars on a track with high five. That was my first taste of real shine. Felt like the city could hear me breathing. Couple of days later, Derek in the darkroom tell me, "Yo, I got this boy named Havoc. He from Queensbridge. You should meet him." Y'all kinda got the same energy, I said, bet. That afternoon, I waited outside the school for him. Then I see this short kid my height about to swing on some tall dude in front of the doors. Derek points. That's him. Right as he say it, the tall dude pull a knife, swing for Hav's stomach, miss by inches, and the crowd go nuts. They grab the knife, Hav goes off, drops the kid, stomping him clean. Crowd yelling, "Kiwi, Kiwi, Kiwi." That's what they called him back then. They lift him up like a champion, carry him all the way to the train. I followed Derek on instinct. When we got on, I told Hav, "Yo, you handled that shit." He looked at me, half smiling, half still ready. "You see when he tried to stab me?" he said, like he couldn't believe it either. We rode to Queens Plaza talking about music, Queensbridge, life, all that. Felt like I already knew him. Couple days later, we linked again, started spitting verses back and forth, just vibing. He told me about Tragedy, said he gave him the name Havoc. I told him I had a deal moving at Jive. Right away, I said I wanted him in it too. We went down there together, me trying to convince the A&R to sign both of us. Dude looked at me like I was crazy, said Jive only wanted me. Have spit his verse anyway, ripped it, but the man wasn't moved. I told him, fuck it then. If they ain't signing both of us, they ain't signing me. Moms ain't like that, but she respected it. They kept me on the Boys in the Hood soundtrack though, so at least the name was out there. From then on, me, Hav, and Derek was tight. We had the same lunch, same grind. After school, I'd roll with Hav to Ravenswood, hang with his people, TJ, Todd, the twins, Ty Nitty, all young but real with it. We started dreaming big. Todd was nice with photography, said he'd take our promo shots when we ready. One night, Hav brought me to QB for real. I ain't been there in years. As soon as we walk in, I see this dude who once pressed me for talking to his girl. Name was Deaky, they called him Nice. Now he one of Hav's mans. He ain't even remember me. Crazy how small Queens is. We chilled on the benches, drank 40s, laughed about old shit. Then word spread, party going down behind Reese Center. That block party was different. Whole park fenced in with them tall black gates, one way in, one way out. Music bumping, weed clouds thick as fog. Everybody playing tough like it's a contest. We stood back, watching, knowing something was going to pop off eventually. And sure enough, it did. Shots went off, people screaming. Niggas ducked, hit the ground, some climbed the fence. Me and Hav tried hopping out too, but my pants caught the top spike. I'm hanging upside down, bullets still flying. Having this chick Jessica came back for me, tore my jeans damn near off just to get me free. We hit the ground and ran till our lungs gave out. First time bullets ever whistled past me. You never forget that sound. I was hooked on that energy after that. Queensbridge had its claws in me. After that, we was inseparable. School ain't mean nothing no more. We'd show up, sign in, then dip through the lunchroom window. Some days we robbed kids for their gear, Walkmans, train passes, whatever. Shit I ain't proud of, but that's who we were then. We was restless, trying to make sense of the hunger. One afternoon, we cut school to link with two girls at Hav's grandma's crib. His little brother and the twins came through talking about hitting licks. They left, came back sweaty, one of them bleeding. That's how life was. Love in one room, bullets in the next. I ain't even blinked no more. I liked Hav's crew 'cause they moved like I did. No fear, no breaks. Weekdays, I played student for moms. Weekends, I was in QB with weed smoke in my clothes, pistol in my waistband, pockets loud with stolen cash. We was wildin', robbing randoms, running up cabs, taking jewelry off necks. Just moving reckless 'cause the streets reward stupid for a minute. Then I saw this kid in a gray polo hoodie I liked, big blue letters across the chest. We followed him out the station. I swung first, missed his chin, caught his forehead, broke my damn hand. Pain hit like karma. Hav and Derek finished the job while I sat back holding my knuckles, pissed at myself. We slid to my Uncle Lenny's spot after. Dude had this crazy brownstone in Manhattan. Marble floors, smelling like cigars and old money. He was plugged in with the mob heavy. Moms always said, "Don't trust Lenny. He'll leave with your TV and you won't even notice." But he knew the game, mentally and physically. He used to talk that manipulation shit, chessboard mentality. And yeah, Lenny was gay. Nobody really knew, 'cause he ain't carry it like that. But I ain't judge. He was solid to me. He took one look at my hand and said it was broken, boxer's fracture. One of his friends came through, old Italian cat, used to box for the mob. He said the same thing. I ain't even go to the hospital till later. Moms took me. Doctor popped the bone back in, wrapped me up. Said I'd feel it years later. He ain't lie. Next day, we in school laughing about it. Tafari from Coney Island took a photo. Me with the sling, Hav smirking. Classic memory. He knew this dude Silver, who had a tiny studio out his crib. We started cutting tracks every day, riding the D train from Manhattan to Coney Island like it was a pilgrimage. 50 songs in a month, all raw. I caught a few more licks, pulled in like 20 bands, spent it stupid. Bought Have a big gold link with a Mary pendant and ruby stone. Bought myself a fat herringbone and a Nefertiti piece. We shopped Steinway, Astoria, spent hundreds on sneakers and polo. I even copped a Sterling car for 9 G's cash. 15 years old, no license, no insurance, but rolling through Queens like I owned a label. Man, that car was my throne till Hav crashed it into a hydrant outside White Castle one night, drunk and high. I laughed it off. I ain't earned it right anyway. But that's who we were. Kids with ambition, bullets in the rear view, dreams in the trunk. Couple weeks later, we got it fixed. Started thinking bigger. We called ourselves the Poetical Prophets. Around that same time, my man Carrie looked at me one night and said, "You a prodigy, nigga." Soon as I heard it, I felt that shit in my chest. That was it. That was me. We took pictures, built a 50-song demo. Mom's managing us official now. Started knocking on label doors, Def Jam first. Q-Tip from Tribe was the first real one who stopped and listened. Said, "Yo, I'ma take y'all upstairs." Walked us right into the Def Jam office, introduced us to everybody like we was already signed. For a minute, we felt chosen. Week later, we in Russell Simmons' condo. White carpet, marble jacuzzi in the floor, all that rich people peace. But Russell ain't show. Sent Lior Cohen instead. He listened. Said we cursed too much, too young, too violent. Said the label couldn't push that kind of energy from kids. I thought, aight. So you want the watered-down version of the truth. We left, tight but focused. A month later, Def Jam signed Onyx. Bald heads, tech nines, same shit we was doing, just older. I laughed. The industry always scared of what's real till somebody else make it safe. But back then, we ain't know the politics. We was just two kids from Queensbridge and Lafrac, writing like we was trying to stay alive. All we needed was a booth, a beat, and a reason to keep breathing. And we had all three. Chapter 3. Mobb Deep 91. That's when shit really started moving. Me and Hav sat in the whip one night, smoke floating slow, radio humming, just talking life. We both knew Poetical prophets ain't fit no more. Sounded soft, like Sunday school rap. We needed something grimy, something that felt like how we lived. Dirty hands, cold staircases, 40 heads deep in the same lobby. That's when Hav said it, real calm. "Yo, we Mobb Deep out here." The word stuck to the air. I repeated it once, slow, felt the weight of it. Mobb Deep. 2 B's just made it look meaner. That was us. By then I'd dropped out of school. Full-time rhymer, part-time stick-up. I ain't glorifying it, that's just where I was at. I sold the old Sterling, pocketed a few grand, and copped a red Acura Legend off Hillside. Paid 9 G's cash, no paperwork, no plates, just hunger. Took it to Earl Scheib, got that shit sprayed money green with white leather inside. Momo wheel, white dash, tints green like envy, rims gleaming under streetlights. 16 years old riding like a kingpin, no license, no patience. Every day was motion, uptown for weed, downtown for chicks, Queens to Harlem to the Bronx and back. That Acura was my passport. My man Dirty Harry had a burgundy Beamer, gold trim, gold rims, top chopped like it breathed luxury. We used to stare at that car on Jamaica Avenue, swear one day we'd have it. Harry actually did it. He was that type, think, then do. I had my own circle out in Hempstead. Carrie, my brother for real. We've been tight since Pampers. Pops even dated his moms back in the day. So we shared more than stories. I trusted him with everything, even my stash. 30, 40 bands in a shoebox under his bed. That's real trust, the type you don't find twice. Harry brought around this wild dude named Money Number. Loud, reckless, fearless. He'd borrow Harry's Beamer like it was his, come back days later, half empty on gas, half full on stories. I liked him, though. He had that same spark of chaos I carried. Only problem, Carrie and Money had old beef. Hands thrown every other week, some old family crossed line. Maybe 'cause both they pops used to chase the same woman. I ain't pick sides. I just moved between storms. Tuesday nights was religion. We hit the rink out in Teaneck, Jersey. Whole tri-state pulled up there. Me in the Acura, Money in the Beamer, Hav and TJ in the back, bass rattling the mirrors. We'd race highway lights, 15 minutes flat from Hempstead to Jersey, loud, untouchable. Even if we ain't make it inside, the lot was the real show. Females in leather skirts, niggas flexing whips like trophies, DJs spinning from trunks, weed smoke heavy as fog. That was our world. Shine, danger, and music. Inside was chaos and perfume. Every hood chick from the Bronx to Brooklyn was there, dipped in minks and foxes, laughing too loud. Older women loved us 'cause we was young, flashy, untamed. I'd slide through in fresh Pel leather, different color every night, chains swinging, rings flashing. Harlem dudes hated it. They'd look at us like prey, but we stayed armed. Little 22s in the pocket, bigger toys hiding under car seats. I always said if shit popped, we ain't running, we rearranging. That's how I met Tanya. 26, nurse from the Bronx, gray mink, smile sharp. Bought me amaretto sours all night, whispering in my ear like she owned me. Her ex used to come to the lounge, eyes burning from across the bar, but she'd kiss my neck right in front of him. One night she warned me, dude talking about catching me outside. I laughed. We walked out, saw him and 6 friends across the street staring. I reached under the seat, pulled the piece halfway just so the streetlight hit the metal. They mumbled, stepped back. Clowns. I wasn't about to die over somebody else's heartbreak, but I damn sure wasn't letting nobody test me. Later that night, me and Money No slid to Tanya's spot up on Fordham. Whole apartment was chaos. Peeling paint, smell of fried onions, and cheap perfume. But she and her sister had curves that made you forget hygiene existed. She started doing her thing on the couch while Money No disappeared in the back. Then her sister called her. They both came back saying they on their period, but still down to smash. I said, nah, I already learned that lesson, young. I was cool. Then Money No pointed at the floor, roaches crawling like they paid rent. Couple seconds later, a rat shot across the room like a shadow. We both screamed, jumping on the couch like idiots, dipped out quick. On the way back over the Triborough, a damn roach crawled out the dashboard like he wanted a ride home. We pulled over, stripped down, shook out our clothes on the side of the bridge. I swear that was the last time I ever stepped foot in Tanya's crib. That was the vibe, though. Young, wild, untouchable. We was famous before fame found us. Philly during Greek Fest, we'd pull up deep, whips gleamin', cities shouting our names. 4-wheelers spinning, girls everywhere, music heavy in the summer heat. We was living fast, no breaks. Then came that night in Manhattan. Kid Capri's party, Upper West Side, late autumn. Derek hit me up, said link him out front. I had on the fresh black and olive Pelle, Lazarus piece on the chain, feeling like new money. Money No riding shotgun. Streets packed, couldn't even see the door. Derek and his Bronx boys couldn't get in, so we just vibed outside, whole block like an open-air club. Some cat I'd been trying to buy a Tech 22 from for months was there. All black plastic, 42-round banana clip. Looked like a toy, but barked like hell. He's still talking 800 for it. I told him he bugged. I had my little 22 revolver in the pocket anyway. We left the crowd, stopped at the corner store for cigars. Firecrackers started popping down the block, loud and close. I thought it was shots. Hand went right to the grip. Pulled, looked, realized it was kids playing. Slid the gun back in my jacket. That tiny second was all it took. Soon as I stepped out the store, lights hit me. Cops from every direction, cruisers screeching, guns drawn. Freeze, don't move. I froze. Cold concrete, heart banging. They found the piece easy. I handed Money No. The car keys before the cuffs hit. My first time truly locked. Sitting in the back of that squad car felt like being 8 again, watching Pops cuffed in front of me. I ain't cry loud, but a tear slid anyway. 16, scared, trying not to show it. The tombs downtown smelled like piss and broken dreams. Cold benches, cracked faces. I ain't sleep. Just watched. Learned. You figure out quick who dangerous, who crazy, who desperate. COs slamming doors, dragging dudes out. One white boy started banging on the door, screaming for his lawyer. They pulled him out. We heard fists, boots, his voice go soft. I sat still, breath slow. That's jail. Teaches silence fast. Next morning, Moms and Uncle Lenny came through. Judge gave me ROR, released on my own recognizance. Birthday in 2 days. 17 now, 5 years probation, 150 hours community service. I did my time at St. Peter's Church, Midtown. Grandpop's old jazz partner was the Reverend. Told stories while we set tables for the homeless, AIDS patients, whoever needed food. Funny how service can quiet your head after chaos. Pops was gone again by then. Fed's been looking. Jewelry store case turned into a highway bust. Coke, Uzis, gone on the run. Grandma flew me out to Cali with her, said she needed to see him one last time. We met him in Compton, low storefront where fake IDs was made. Big dude behind the desk, shotgun leaning by his leg. Pop slid him an envelope, came out with a new name, Carlos Johnston. Whole new life. That was his way of surviving. That night he took me to see Boys in the Hood. When my song played in the BBQ scene, he looked at me proud, eyes soft. That was our last moment. Months later, feds caught him in San Jose. 5-year run ended. 2 years in Cali, then Georgia. Pops always chased freedom, but never found peace. Back home, I was deep in Queensbridge every day. The faces became family. Twins Jamel and Jamal, Ty Nitty, Ron Gotti, Karate Joe, Free High, who never bought weed, Capone always on some wild legend shit, Draws, aka Super Trooper, who'd been shot more times than I could count. Then there was Noid, the natural-born hustler. Only 17 like me, but living solo in the projects 'cause his mom's was locked for cutting her man's finger off. His crib was the honeycomb hideout, the HQ. Smoke, music, plans, women. It all happened there. At first, them QB cats ain't trust me. New face, soft voice. The twins said if I wanted in, I had to battle every rapper in the bridge. So we grabbed a bottle, rolled some weed, and walked the whole project. I spit in stairwells, courtyards, on benches. Word got around. Finally, they said, "You gotta battle Nas." It was a Friday, 10 at night, cool air hanging over the buildings. We walked to the 40th side, where Nas and Jungle always sat on their bench with Wiz. Hav's block was the 41st, opposite side, hill in between. 2 worlds in the same maze. We crossed over, bottles in hand. Twin Gambino said, "Yo, Nas, my man P want a battle." Nas looked up, calm, half smile like, "8, another rookie." I was buzzed, adrenaline high. We started trading bars. He spit, smooth, clean, different. I tried keeping up, but I knew inside he had it. Still, he respected me, told me I sounded cool. Twins hyped me like I won, but I knew the truth. Nas was better. Hav was better. I just wasn't there yet. But that moment planted something. We shook hands, left back across the hill. Twins told me there was one last test, Cormega. Said he was locked up, but when he came home, I had to face him too. Everybody said Mega was a monster, sharper than Nas. I ain't gonna lie, I was nervous. When he finally came home, leg broke from a bike accident. He sat outside on crutches, card table in front. We chopped it up, then went in. He killed it. Wordplay, flow, everything crisp. I followed, gave him my best. He nodded, said he liked my shit. I was in. That meant more than any deal. Afterward, Twin told me Nas had said I was whack, that Hav should go solo. I ain't trip. Nas was the best, I knew that. But hearing it lit a fuse. I told myself I'd never let nobody say that again. I was going sharpen till they couldn't deny me. From that night, I lived in the booth. Every rhyme was blood, every bar a promise. I practically moved into Hav's crib. His mom's, his sister Tamika, his brother TJ, they treated me like family. 6 blocks, 96 buildings, 600 ways to die. But I felt alive there. QB had its own rhythm, pants cuffed different, laces tied different, slang only we understood. Crackheads buying H.N.I.Cs, St. Ides called Thany, cops Jakes, $5 bills, fevers. We spoke in code, lived in code. It was survival and style wrapped up together. That's the thing about Queensbridge. It ain't just a place. It's an addiction. Once it gets under your skin, you start moving like it, talking like it, thinking fast like it. I came from Lafrac, but bridge blood got in my veins quick. Those benches, those lights, those voices, they raised me just as much as Mom's did. So yeah, Nas might have said I was weak. Maybe I was then. But I ain't stay that way. Every night after, I wrote till my fingers cramped, trying to earn that respect. I wanted Hav, Twins, the whole 12th Street to look at me and say, nah, P belong here. And little by little, I made 'em believe it. That's how Mobb Deep was born. Out of hunger, rejection, and the sound of Queensbridge breathing. Chapter 4. Juvenile hell, yo, 1992 was a wild blur, bro. Me and Hav still out here grinding, still trying to make something out of nothing. We was young as hell, hungry and broke, but our minds was already moving like grown men. We hit every industry spot in the city, sneaking into label parties, performing at any talent show that'd let us rock. We ain't have no chain, no deal. But when we stepped in, niggas felt us. We had that quarterback energy, raw, cocky, fearless. I remember when the Source put us in that unsigned hype joint. Man, that shit felt like a crown. We was still calling ourselves Mobb Deep by then, 2 skinny kids acting like we ran New York. I copped like 20 copies from the newsstand, no lie. Slick Rick was on the cover, and we was inside, printed in the same mag as a legend. I felt like, yeah, we next. Then that call came from Bonds Malone, some wild A&R from 4th and Broadway. Dude said he loved our demo, wanted to sign us on site. 20 racks up front. Sounded like $1 million to me back then. Moms ain't like that shit, though. She always been on that spiritual wave, all peace and positive energy. She ain't want me talking reckless or cussing at people, but I told her, Ma, this the streets. This how we talk. We Mobb Deep. We the best out here. We argued heavy, I ain't gon' lie. I thought I knew it all. She told me, you gon' have to learn the hard way. And she let me go. Have popped up the next morning with half the advance, grinning ear to ear, gold teeth shining like trophies. He had a brand new Pella on, big-ass smile, envelope in his hand. Yo, P, wake up, nigga. We up now, he said. We split 12 stacks down the middle, 6 each. Shit, I ain't never held that much cash in my life. We ain't save a dime. Straight to Jamaica Avenue, coppin' leathers, Timbs, Guess jeans, polo, looking like mini drug lords. I started making beats down in Grandma's basement. She still had Grandpop's old jazz records, miles of vinyl, rare joints from all over the world. That basement smelled like dust and history. I used to sit down there with the SP1200, headphones on, smoking a lil weed, trying to catch that same soul Grandpops had. I ain't even realize it at the time, but I was using his sound to tell our story. Have started pulling up too, and I showed him how to chop samples, how to loop the drums, all that. Next thing I know, dude got possessed, zoning out on that sampler like it was talking to him. When he locked in, he ain't hear shit else. I'd dip out, hit the block, come back 2 hours later, and he'd got a full track waiting on me. Have was a problem, for real. He even helped write some of my early rhymes. Peer pressure was all his pen. My flow ain't have that QB grime yet, you feel me? But after a while, I started catching on. It's like something inside me woke up. I started hearing how I wanted to sound, how my words should hit. It wasn't just rapping no more. It was survival talk, pain talk, real life shit. We cut the whole Juvenile Hell album in like 2 weeks. No plan, no polish. We ain't even know how to mix a record right. Just 2 teenagers making noise with borrowed gear. Still, we thought it was fire. 4th and Broadway dropped the album in '93, and yo, that shit flopped hard. Barely sold 20,000 copies. Label dropped us before we could even shoot another video. That shit hurt, man. Felt like we failed our whole hood. But you know how it is. Failure just make you sharper. Nas dropped Illmatic right around that time, and it blew everything out the water. That album was untouchable. I ain't even hate, I was proud. He was from the same projects, same benches, same elevators. We used to see him around all the time. But still, I was like, nah, we can't let that be the only quarterback story. Even though we was down, we started to build a little cult following off Juvenile hell. Some dudes in Cali had our old demo tapes, 50 tracks deep, circulating in the streets. Bro, no internet, no streaming, nothing. Just word of mouth. That meant we had something. We hit college shows, radio stations, meet and greets, stretching every dollar we had left. Then came that wild Halloween show in Jamaica, Queens. Small-ass spot called the Nottington House. We get up there performing Hit It From the Back, crowd wildin', girls dancing. Then out of nowhere, these Southside dudes start yelling, "Man, fuck Queensbridge." Bottles flying, chairs crashing, shots ringing off outside soon as we stepped down. Whole club turned into a war zone. The car we was in got hit up, bullets through the window. We ducked low while glass rained down. That was the first time I realized, this rap shit could get you killed just for where you from. After that, the label officially dropped us. No more advance, no more shows. Just us, a few beats, and anger. We fired our manager and moved in with Keisha, this shorty from Harlem who used to manage local artists. Her crib was right on 149th and St. Nick, across from Branson's candy store. That spot was legendary. She let us crash there, me, Have, and sometimes her fine-ass cousin Thalia. Man, Thalia was trouble. Light skin, slick hair, crazy body. She came through one night to do Keisha's hair, and the energy was thick, you feel me? Soon as Keisha stepped out, Thalia leaned over like, "So, I heard you been asking about me." Next thing I know, she grabbing me, taking me to the room. Shit got real fast. Her phone rang mid-stroke. It was her man. She answered that shit while I'm hitting it, arguing with dude like, "I told you stop calling me." That's when I learned, bro. Females could be just as grimy as us, and I ain't even mad. I liked her more after that. We ended up moving our studio setup to Hav's mom's crib back in Queensbridge, and that's when shit started getting serious again. 1993, QB was buzzin'. Juice Crew had already built the legacy. Marley Marl, Shan, Roxanne, G-Rap. Nas had just put the crown on the whole hood, and we was next in line. Have brought me to this dude Dark Brother Riley, a photographer who had pictures of everybody from QB. Old shots of Marley with Rakim, Shan with Kane, even little Hav in front of the building. That shit lit a fire under me. We started making new records every day, stacking heat. Hav's boy Star funded the studio time, just out of love. No contracts, no funny shit. We'd record downtown Brooklyn, then rush back to the projects to let the hood hear what we made. If the block ain't nod, it ain't a hit. That was the rule. That summer we threw a BBQ for Hav's birthday on the block. Whole 12th Street came out. Food, liquor, girls, guns tucked in every waistband. Even Biggie pulled up. Back then he was still Biggie Smalls, buzzing heavy off party and bullshit. We was all young kings with nothing to lose. We started shopping our new demo. Uptown MCA was first. Puff was still with them before Bad Boy popped off. We met him in some office uptown, and I could tell off rip, Puff was different. Smooth talker, always smiling, moving like he owned the room. He said, "Yo, y'all got something special." He wanted to sign us right there, but we played it cool. That night, he invited us to this club party he was throwing, the building on 24th and 6th. We pull up, all fly, but the bouncer wasn't having it. "Y'all too young." Puff came down himself to bring us in. The club was lit. Busta Rhymes was on stage wildin', throwing promo tapes in the crowd. One of them boxes smacked me dead in the forehead. I wanted to swing, but then Busta looked down like, "Yo, my bad, shorty." Couldn't even be mad. Dude was larger than life. Later that night, fight broke out. Young guns from Mount Vernon startin' shit. Puff yelling, security pulling heat. Whole night turned sideways, but that's how the city was. Every party was 1 second from chaos. A few weeks later, Matty C hit us again. He was working at this new label called Loud Records. Said his boss, Steve Rifkind, wanted to meet us. Loud was brand new, no roster yet. We ain't know it then, but that meeting would change everything. Before we could even get there, though, me and Hav caught some bullshit with this wild-ass kid Ferg, Hav's little cousin. He was young, dumb, and fearless. One day we ride in the LIRR, and this fool pretends to rob the whole train with his hand under his shirt. 2 minutes later, SWAT flood the car. Guns drawn, everybody on the ground. I was like, nah, this can't be happening. Next thing I know, cuffs on my wrists. Front page news talking about teen rappers arrested on train stick-up. Shit was crazy. I beat the case, but it was another reminder. Every move got a count. When I got out, we went harder. No distractions, no dumb shit. Just music and Kiki. Yeah, that's when she came in the picture. Have introduced us. Her and his girl were tight. First time I seen her, I knew she was the one. She had that Brooklyn look. Sweet face, tough vibe. She ain't play no games. We started hanging, sneaking around. Then it turned into something real. I'd slide to her crib in Corona every night. Bottle of Henny, a blunt, just us and the TV light. I used to crash in her closet so her moms wouldn't catch me. I ain't care. I was in love. She had a little daughter too, 3 years old, named Cage Zana. Most dudes would have bounced, but I ain't mind. That was part of her world, so it was part of mine. She believed in my music heavy, never nagged, never tripped. While other dudes' girls blowing up their pagers, Kiki just smiled and said, "Do your thing, baby." That type of love hit different. By then, me and Hav had found our lane. We wasn't them little kids from juvenile hell no more. We was sharper, colder, smarter. Everything we been through, the fights, the shootings, the failed deal, it made us hungry in a way you can't fake. We ain't know it yet, but the infamous was already brewing. All we had to do now was let the world hear it. Chapter 5. The infamous. When I tell you life started moving fast, I mean it. 1994 hit different. Me and Hav was in that zone, ready to take over. We had flopped once, been laughed at, brushed off, doubted by damn near everybody. But this time? Nah. We was coming back with blood in our eyes. Matty C hit us, said Loud Records want to talk. So we slide to Midtown, pull up in Times Square deep, me, Hav, the twins, Killer, looking like trouble in polo and fatigue jackets. Loud back then wasn't even a real label yet, just a couple cubicles sitting in RCA's building. They had the Alcoholics, PMD, and that new Staten Island crew that was buzzing on the radio. Wu-Tang Clan. That Protect Your Neck joint was just starting to shake the city. We walk in, sit down with Steve Rifkind, Matty, and this dude Scott Free. Steve had that long surfer hair, looked like he sold weed in the Hamptons, not run a label. But he had that instinct, that quiet confidence, like he already knew what we was bringing. They start playing our joints in the big room, system knocking, bass hitting like gunfire. The Piaki Shop, Shook One's Part 1, and a couple others. They looking at each other, heads nodding. Then Steve smiles, like he just found a diamond in the dirt, and says he want to sign us right there. No hesitation. I looked at Hav looked at me, and we both knew. This was it. We stepped into the hallway after, Scott Free still talking about QB life, asking what it's like for real. I had the Tech 9 on me, tucked low in the jeans, and I just pulled it out mid-sentence. This what it's like, I told him. Dude's whole face froze. He ain't expect no 16-year-old kid with a corporate deal to pull out a war gun in a label office. I wasn't even trying to flex. He asked. I showed him the answer. A week later, papers signed. 60,000 budget, 20 in our pockets, rest for the studio. That was all we needed. We called it The Infamous. That name came straight from the block. Yamit from Hav's side had The Most Infamous tattooed big across his arm. That energy fit us perfect. We was already Mobb Deep, but he said, nah, y'all the infamous Mobb Deep. That stuck like prophecy. We went to work. No sleep, no games. 4 months straight in the studio, smoke clouds, Henny bottles, empty pizza boxes, and pure heat coming out them speakers. Q-Tip from Tribe came through, helped polish the sound, showed Hav a few mixing tricks, helped balance that dirt and that soul. Hav was getting nasty with the beats, sample game vicious. You could smell Queensbridge in every snare. That's around the time I started sniffing a little coke. Just curiosity at first. Everybody around the way was doing it, selling it, talking about it. Shit was everywhere. I ain't proud of it, but I ain't gonna lie either. It came with the environment. One line became two became habit. I kept it low, though. Never let Hav or the crew see me geeked. I'd hit it before the session, zone out in the booth, and come out rapping like I had spirits talking through me. Scott Free wanted us to link with the Wu, so one night we hopped that ferry to Staten Island. Wind cold, smell of water and weed. We met Ray and Ghost in the harbor projects, blunts laced with angel dust going around, that Wu energy heavy. Ray had the Navy Acura, same one he mentioned later on Cuban Links. They dropped us back at QB after the session, smooth as hell. He said he wanted to link with Nas, so we set that up next day. Couple nights later, downtown Manhattan, Platinum Island studio, Nas, Ray, Hav, me, all in one room. That energy? Unreal. Every line felt like scripture. We laid down eye for an eye, your beef is mine's, and right back at you. You could feel history breathing in that booth. We ain't know it yet, but we was building one of the greatest albums hip-hop ever seen. Before the album even dropped, Shook One's Part 2 exploded. That beat alone felt like gunpowder and paranoia. You hear it once, and it's like you in the alley with us. Then Survival of the Fittest hit, and it was over. We was the street's new heartbeat. Every project hallway, every whip driving through the hood, you heard us. Cameras came through QB to shoot the video, and guess who pulled up uninvited? Puff. White limo, clean suit, hop out like he owned the hill. Cameoed himself right in the video like, y'all should have signed with me. Even Nas came through, stood quiet on the side, just watching. That day changed everything. Even Noid, who ain't even rapped for real yet, started taking it serious after seeing that. Next thing you know, he in the booth dropping verses that damn near stole the whole album. The love was spreading crazy, but so was the energy. We was moving like kings now, gold chains, leather coats, and guns heavier than our confidence. Around that same time, this random white dude start walking through Queensbridge with a Bible, asking for me by name. Said he had a message from God. Talking about how I was an angel, how people wanted me dead 'cause of my power. Sounded insane. Hav's Uncle Killer almost shot him on sight. Twin Gambino had to pull him back. They said the dude kept repeating my name, said I was in the book of Revelation. I thought they was playing. Next day, I come through the block, ops run up like, "Yo, P, that crazy white boy was looking for you all day." I ain't believe it till Twin told me the same thing. I laughed it off, said, "Man, he just a bugged out fan." But deep down, I don't know. That message stayed in my head longer than I like to admit. By spring, the infamous dropped and the world flipped upside down. Gold plaque in 30 days, and it felt like our words finally hit the planet the way we meant 'em to. We wasn't just rappers. We was narrators for every kid that ever felt trapped in the projects. We was bringing QB to the map for real. We went on tour across the East Coast, Midwest, West Coast, even Europe. Different hoods, same love. In Cali and the UK, they looked at us like prophets. I remember seeing them faces in the front row, eyes locked, mouths moving with every lyric. They felt that pain like it was theirs. Back east, Puff had Bad Boy going nuclear. Big just dropped Ready to Die, and the whole city was his. We was proud, but we stayed in our own lane. We ain't want to be flashy. We was the opposite of shiny suits. We was Tim's in the mud. Then that Cleveland show happened. Wildest night of the tour. We was eating steak before the show. And some fool said, "Yo, let's keep these knives, just in case." So we did. I bent a fork into an ice pick, tucked it in my sleeve. We get to the club, packed to the walls, crowd already rowdy. Craig Mack go up first, do Flava in your ear, crowd vibin', till out of nowhere this dude jump on stage, snatch his mic, and spray Mace dead in his face. He run backstage yelling, "Yo, don't go out there, they wildin'." Biggie next up, says he going first instead of us. 5 seconds into his set, bottles start flying. Big and Cease running off stage, eyes burning from the mace. Chaos everywhere. People fighting, police swinging batons. Ohio niggas really wanted to prove something. Me and Ron Dew pulled the knives, slid out through the side alley, couldn't find our whip, ended up jumping in Biggie's van just to escape. That's when we really clicked with him. He passed me the blunt. I handed him the infamous tape. We rode back to the hotel bumping it loud, laughing, smoking, talking war stories. From that night on, it was respect between us. After the tour, we hit Cali for the promo run. 3 days off, I stayed with Kiki. She wanted me to leave her the car while I was gone, but nah, I ain't trust that. I knew if I left that whip, she'd be riding to some other dude's crib. So I took it. Next morning, I'm high off angel dust, flying down the LIE, glaciers of ice bumping, and boom! I clip a car, spin out, 360 in the middle of the highway. 18-wheelers flying by, buses swerving, and somehow I land clean on the shoulder. Totaled the whip, heart pounding, hands shaking. I ripped the plates off, grabbed my boombox, and walked away like nothing happened. Said to myself, damn, I should have just left it with Kiki. But I laughed. That's life. It don't stop for nobody. We hit Cali, Big B holding us down, showing us around the real West Coast, from LA to the Bay. Cali love was crazy. By the time we came home, the hood treated us like heroes. We was finally respected, finally feared, finally seen. But it ain't all stay smooth. News came that the cops caught killer down south. They had his pager tapped, tracked his calls from my man Carey's crib. He ended up doing a year on Rikers. Rumors spread someone from QB snitched, but no names yet. That summer, Ray dropped Only Built 4 Cuban links, and Steve Rifkin threw a paintball party for the Loud family, rappers versus DJs. We all out in Long Island wilding, getting shot up with paint, laughing, drunk. That night, Steve surprised us, handed me and Hav our gold plaques. I ain't even smile much. I wanted money, not plaques. But still, it hit different. I took it home, leaned it against the wall at Grandma's spot, next to her old photos. That same weekend, meth ripped Jones Beach. We was out there twisted, coke and Henny mixing in my veins. You look at the Shook Ones video, my eyes wide, jaw tight. That's that coke look. I ain't proud, but it's truth. I was doing grams a day, hiding it in my weed, my cigarettes, my everything. That rush made me feel invincible, like pain ain't exist. It was poison disguised as energy. Through it all, life kept moving. Mary J. Blige dropped her debut, had her album party at the Supper Club, and invited us to perform. We rolled in deep, all black infamous tees, me, Hav, the twins, Gotti, Ty, the whole squad. Mary came up, thanked us, asked what we wanted to drink. We said Henny, of course. She came back herself with the bottle. We killed the stage that night. Shook Ones, survival, give up the goods. Crowd going crazy, Mary wildin' out in the front row. After, we chillin', drinkin', girls in colored minks following us back to QB. The Honeycomb was packed that night. Niggas running trains, roof sessions we called Pebble Beach, 'cause the top was all gravel. That was the vibe back then. Lust, liquor, loyalty. But my heart stayed with Kiki. She was the calm in all this madness. She came to the Velvet Room show one night, her first time seeing us perform live. We rolled up in a limo, 20 deep in Carhartt suits. I handed her a pint of E&J to hold. By the time we got off stage, she drank the whole damn bottle by herself. On the train home, she threw up in her bubble goose. I just laughed, held her up, got her home safe. That's love right there. Next week, Onyx shooting a video at Irving Plaza, asked us to cameo. I'm outside with the twins, this rapper Keith Murray roll up talking slick like we dissed him on the skit from The Infamous. I said, nigga, if the shoe fit, wear it. He ain't say nothing back, just walked off. That told me everything I needed to know. Sundays was tunnel nights. That club was our church. 4,000 heads packed tight, funk flex and big caps spinning wah-wah. Every crew from every borough inside. You needed weapons just to dance in peace. Chris Lighty ran the door, good dude, industry vet with street heart. He'd sneak our bags of knives and pieces in for us, hand 'em off in the bathroom. I used to tell him, "Don't worry, we ain't startin' nothing. We just endin' shit if we gotta." Every week was legendary. One night, Wu-Tang walked in same time as us, ODB, shirtless, sweaty, wild. He ran up on me yelling, "P, I love you, nigga." Hugged me, kissed my cheek, got sweat all over me. I ain't even flinch. That was the energy back then. Chaos and love blended. We'd be in there slam dancing, drinks flying, bodies moving, flex dropping shook ones, and the whole club erupting like a war zone. Chris pulled me aside one night, said, "Yo, they got cameras up now. Don't kill nobody." I told him, "If we do, we gon' do it right." See, the tunnel wasn't no party. It was a battlefield dressed as nightlife. But it was ours. That's where we earned our respect, song by song, fight by fight. That's what the Infamous did. It wasn't just music. It was our survival story pressed on wax. Every bar, every gun, every scar, every scream. The world ain't ready for truth that raw, but we gave it anyway. And from that point on, we was untouchable. Chapter 6. Hell on earth shit was wild back then, bro. Life in Queensbridge ain't never been no calm movie scene. Every day was a coin flip between a celebration and a funeral. After that 20 West brawl, we was all back on the block like nothing even happened. Dice rolling, weed burning, jokes flying, 40 cracking. The hood got this way of erasing fear. Like if you stay still too long, it'll eat you alive. So we laughed. We smoked. We acted like we ain't almost died the night before. That night, this chick came walking through with some random dude that wasn't from QB. Everybody knew Shorty. She was one of them girls that ain't got no secrets left in the projects. My man Karate Joe called out to her, half playing, half serious, and she started walking over, smiling. The dude she was with ain't like that shit one bit. He tried to keep his cool, but you could see the heat rising in his face. Joe said something slick, the kid barked back, and just like that, 5 of my boys was already walking toward him, ready for whatever. The kid looked shook, but he ain't back down. He reached into his waistband, and boom, dropped the burner right on the ground between him and Joe. Whole block froze. It was like the air got sucked out the projects. Joe looked down, thinking about reaching for it, but that gun was closer to the kid. He snatched it up quick, hands shaking, eyes wide. I was sitting on the bench damn near next to him, too close to even flinch. I knew if I moved, I'd catch one straight to the dome. He tried to cock it, but the shit jammed. He pointed it right at me, pulling the trigger. Click, 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 nothing. My adrenaline was spiking so hard I could hear my heartbeat louder than the gun. Then he ran off, straight out the projects, looking crazy. When he was gone, the crew came rushing back out, laughing, talking shit. They asked why I ain't run. I told them if I moved, I'd be the last one. Last one always gets hit. I went upstairs after that, my chest tight, sickle cell flaring up bad. Took some Advils, laid down in Hav's room, staring at the ceiling like, damn, I almost checked out tonight. I could still hear that clicking in my head. Couple hours later, I heard chaos outside again. Looked out the window. 12th Street was wildin'. Niggas arguing, throwing punches, bottles flying. Some tall dude kicked Noyd dead in his chest, knocked him clean off his feet. Then Joe stepped in, and like magic, the whole crowd backed up. Nobody wanted smoke with Karate Joe. Dude was trained to hurt you different. Fists like bricks, calm as hell. Next thing I know, Trip, we called him Godfather, chasing some dude around a car, knife in hand, like a damn movie. Noid sliced somebody across the face with a razor, and the next day, that same dude came back and lit Noid up. 3 shots, leg, arm, and his damn finger. That's how fast it could turn out there. Laugh one night, limp the next. See, Noid always wanted to be a star. He was good, no doubt. We wanted to put him on. But we ain't have no label yet, no budget. We told him to chill, we'd get there soon. But he couldn't wait. Got Karate Joe to manage him and started shopping his own deal behind our backs. That hurt, but we understood. Everybody was broke, everybody hungry. Then he got shot, and suddenly the streets and the media start acting like they cared. Fake love everywhere. Just like when 50 got hit. Nobody gave a fuck before, now they all fans. That fake sympathy blew Noid's ego up. Tommy Boy signed him off that buzz. We helped with production, made sure his shit was solid. Episodes of A Hustler dropped, but it ain't sell like it should've. Streets loved it, but the numbers ain't matched the hype. We still had love for him, but part of me felt betrayed. We built that energy together, and he dipped before it really paid off. Then, right after the album came out, he caught a charge, shot some dude for messing with his baby moms. Straight up in front the building. They locked him quick, 1 to 3 bid. Tommy Boy dropped him soon as the cuffs clicked. We kept reppin' for him, though. Every show we did, we'd yell out his verse from Give Up the Goods. Whole crowd screaming his bars word for word. That's real love. The kind you can't fake with no label deal. By '95, shit started getting bigger for all of us. The Source Awards at Madison Square Garden. That was the night hip-hop split in 2. Me, Hav, the whole crew slid through with tickets. I brought Kiki with me. First time I really wanted her to see that part of my world. She got dressed up, looking beautiful. I told her to stay close, 'cause them nights could get crazy. Backstage, we was chillin' with Wu-Tang, all of us laughing, blowing smoke, talking about how far we came. Hav was so lit, he fell asleep right on the floor. I left him with Ray and Ghost while I went to sit with Kiki. Then, out of nowhere, Hav comes storming through the crowd yelling, "Somebody took my fucking chain." Whole section turned up. Turns out Ray had grabbed it off his neck 'cause he ain't want nobody else to snatch it. Gave it right back, cool as hell. Have calmed down. But that moment told me, shit in this game was getting dangerous. Then Death Row hit the stage. Bro, I ain't never seen no show like that. Jail cells opening one by one, Pac and Snoop in full armor, lights red like hellfire. It was cinematic. But then Snoop grabbed the mic and said, "New York ain't got love for Death Row." Like, what? Whole crowd went silent. That one line split the room in half. When Suge came out in that tight-ass red shirt talking about, "Come to Death Row if you don't want your producer dancing in your videos," I could feel the tension like gunpowder. The whole garden went from cheers to side eyes. That night changed everything. You could feel the coasts pulling apart. New York pride versus West Coast money. And me? I knew we was right in the middle of it. We wasn't bystanders. We was soldiers in that storm, and the next chapter? That's when the war really started. Everything that happened after that night felt like one long blur. Like the universe was testing how much pain I could carry before I broke. Killer Black fell off that Muslim path real quick. Went right back to the block. But he wasn't the same. That bullet changed him. The quiet soldier I knew was gone. Now he moved strange, like something inside him cracked. One night around 2 in the morning, I pulled up on the hill. Whole crew was out, drinking, hustling, talking loud. Everybody kept saying, "Yo, P, take Killer home. We can't control him. Man's buggin'. When I saw him leaning on that wall, eyes wide like he'd seen ghosts, I knew he wasn't right. Put him in the car, drove him back to his block, got him upstairs. He was mumbling the whole way, words all twisted. Dude wasn't wild, just drunk, lost in his head. Next morning, he called me early, asked to borrow some cash. I left my spot in Brooklyn, swung by Havoc's place. He was living at the Best Western out in Long Island City, moving like a king with groupies and late-night sessions. Went to see Killer after that. He showed me this little wound on his head, said the bullet finally pushed itself out. Then he looked me dead in the eye and said, "Yo, P, I've been talking to King Tut. I see him in my room at night. I just stared at him, half thinking he's tripping, half knowing he ain't lying. Killer was wild, yeah, but never stupid. Only time he ever shot someone without reason was when he was drunk that one night. Every other time, he had a reason. We talked for hours. I gave him some bread. He walked me to the door, and that's when this little dude Worm rolled by on a pedal bike yelling, 'Oh shit, yo, Prodigy!' I said, 'What up?' thinking it's just love. Kid kept yelling, 'Oh, word? It's like that?' and rode off mad. Didn't think much of it. Few minutes later, me, Twin Gambino, and Money No hit the corner store for a White Owl. Soon as Money No came out, he said, 'Yo, P, that same little dude got a gun out.' I turned, saw Worm waving a chrome .45, acting tough. I wasn't moved. Said, 'So what? He ain't gonna do shit.' Gambino kept saying, 'P, pull off.' I refused. I ain't about to run from no kid waving metal. Soon as we turned the corner, bang, he shot in the air. Just noise. I said to myself, I'll deal with him later. That night, Kiki's water broke at the diner. Whole world flipped. 1 second I'm eating shrimp scampi, next I'm speeding to St. John's Hospital. Hours later, my son's born. Blood, screams, tears. The realest moment of my life. Watching her shake from the cold after the birth, man, that scared me more than any gunfight. When they took my boy for shots, I followed the nurses. I'd been reading that Dr. York stuff about hospitals and microchips. Paranoid, but alert. Couldn't let nobody play with my seed. I called my pops from a payphone outside. "Yo, I'm a father, you a granddad." Dude was smiling through the phone. I called my mom's too. Felt like I'd just won the lottery. Named my son Tashaka Kayon Malik Johnson. Bought him polo, Hilfiger, Nautica, all sizes he couldn't even wear yet. Couldn't help it. Then Pops flew up from Atlanta a month later, looking older, skinny, but proud. We kicked it a few times before he left. I ain't know that'd be the last time I saw him alive. A few months later, everything started crashing down. Have, me, the twins, Gotti, Money No. We were all staying in my Hempstead spot, plotting how to move smarter, cut down on the drugs, focus on business. I was trying to elevate. Reading heavy, York's books, history, hidden knowledge. While everybody else was still lit, I was getting woke for real. I saw the world different. I saw the spell. They called me the God and Science. Tripp gave me those names the same night I came up with the hook for God Part 1. 3. We were drunk on lime Bacardi, freestyling, talking about slavery, religion, how the system runs deep from the British Crown to the White House. Half the crew got bored. I kept talking. I knew change don't happen overnight, but I felt it coming. Next day, Hav's already in Manhattan. First one up, last one down. We pulled up later, me, twins, Godfather, Money No. And he had that nighttime vultures beat banging. I started writing my verse, nodding off mid-bar from no sleep. Woke up hours later to missed calls, detective on the line talking about my truck flipped 10 times on 125th Street. My heart dropped. Went to the precinct, they cuffed me on sight, said I had warrants, and told me my friends were dead. That crash killed Scarface Twin and Ghostface. Jamal Twin survived, collarbone broke, Money Nose spine crushed. Godfather drove and walked out clean. That news hollowed me out. Sitting in that cell all weekend, I couldn't even cry, just numb. When I finally got released, Uncle Lenny picked me up, only to tell me Pops had died of AIDS. Another hit. I laid in my bed and broke down. Week later, Scarface's funeral was packed wall to wall. The hood showed love. Then a block party after, Lost Boys DJ on the set. Southside Jamaica and Queensbridge wiled in together like peace for one night. But the peace never lasted. A few nights later, Worm, that same kid from before, ran up on Twin trying to rob him for my chain. Twin just stared at him and said, "Pull the trigger." Kid froze and ran. We wanted him gone after that. But before we could move, more bad news hit. Yamit was brain dead upstate. Another brother gone. It felt like death was stalking us, one by one. Then I had to fly to Atlanta with Moms to see my father one last time before the cremation. They unzipped that black bag, and there he was. Stiff, pale, still my dad. I looked close, saw blood by his nose, and felt empty. 30 minutes later, he was ashes in a cardboard box. His girl handed me his watch, notebooks full of code, IBM stuff. Smart man, just lost in his own demons. Last time we ever talked deep was years before, in Cali, after watching Boys in the Hood. I asked him if God was real. He said, "Yeah, I seen God." I said, "What he look like?" Pop said, "God looks like water." That line stayed with me forever. Chapter 7. Murda music, loud cut that new check, and I could smell fresh ink on the paper like gun oil on steel. Early 98, me and Hav looked at each other like, "Aight, let's really build." I named it Murda music before half the beats even had drums, 'cause the vibe was cold basement tile and night sweat. Sinister chords, low growls, the kind of loops that make you tuck your chain even when you home alone. I told Hav we should live this album, not just record it. One roof, one studio, no excuses. We found this brand new mini mansion out in Freeport with forest green shutters and a little porch like it was smiling for the block. I dropped the bread, put gray carpet down, wood blinds, TVs in every room, and caged the basement with microphones and foam so the whole spot hummed like a transformer. Everybody moved in. Godfather, Twin, Gotti, Nitty, Hav, me, Kiki, Little Shaka. Then extras snuck through. Pop Mob, old head MCT from the bridge, and Ty Nitty's cousin Bolo. I knew it was a bad idea, but I swallowed it for peace. Even let Hav take the biggest room so he'd feel king of the castle. I posted house rules on the fridge like commandments. No randoms knowing the address. No traffic after certain hours. Clean your mess, respect the fam. I was trying to live different. Eat better, think sharper, get money with less death hanging off the back of it. But you can't force discipline on wolves who still smell the pen on their clothes. First month, cool. By 6, the house looked like a cheap after-party. Carpet stains, sticky floors, sink full of forks the devil forgot to wash. Kiki taped up a sheet with HIV symptoms next to my rules 'cause the girl parade got crazy. Next day, the paper vanished like it never existed. Right then, I knew. Me and the castle had an expiration date. We'd slide from Soundtrack Studios back to Freeport at dumb hours. One night, 3:30 something in the morning, sky dead black like it forgot the sun existed. I'm driving, Godfather shotgun, Timex in the back. Out of nowhere, I see this bright green fireball rip down the sky, like a planet fell and changed its mind last second. I almost crashed. Yo, y'all saw that? Both of them had their eyes closed the exact second it happened. Dash said 3:33 a.m. I'd been reading on numerology, angels, signs. Felt personal. I thanked the Most High, then got tight. He ain't leave me a witness. Sometimes faith be like that. Gift in one hand, question in the other. The home team made it worse. Bolo laid up on my $8,000 gray suede like his name on the receipt. Feet stink loud enough to need a parental advisory. I clowned him. Benson, Mr. Belvedere, hoping pride would make him get up. He laughed and kept fading. Meanwhile, me and Hav clocked hours on murder music. One night he had this insane beat spinning at Platinum Island. He and Noy dipped to meet girls and left the Holy Grail on a loop. I rolled up, closed my eyes, and fell straight in. I put my lifetime in between the paper's lines. Words wrote themselves. 3 hours later, I had white lines, skeleton and skin. Gave it to Clue, and he did what Clue do. Ran it up. They ain't know that record would become a weather system following me for years. I did. Noise came with it. My solo budget landed H.N.I.C, and rumors started sprinting. Mobb Deep breaking up? P going solo? Nah, I just got too many bullets for one clip. Have been a beast. Half the world didn't even know he wrote some of my early joints. But momentum was momentum. Fans kept telling me I'm the best. Out loud, I played humble. Inside, when the pen got hot, I believed it. You gotta, or the page will eat you. We slid to the Bronx to scoop Big Pun one night, rest in power, before a club run. In his kitchen, he had the fridge doors wide and a fan pointing in, chillin' in polar bear breeze. True hood, a C. Fat Joe trying to talk him off the ledge. You a star now. You can't live like this. Pun not trying to hear it. He loved us like cousins. He showed me a room full of iron and let 13 of his young'uns pull out pistols like it was show and tell. Then he looked at me. Where your piece at, P? Mine was in the V. He gave me that disappointed uncle face. Never again. Lesson logged. Later that year, Pun's heart gave out. That pain hit different. There's laughs you still hear in rooms after the person gone, you feel me? His laughter was one. Benzino and Dave May scooped me to Boston. Hangmen 3 had beats. The Source had plans. On the flight, the pilot said we might have to belly this bird. Landing gear stuck. Some dude ahead of me called his wife on the seat phone to say goodbye. Stiz's first flight ever, eyes closed, quiet prayer. Wheels finally dropped. We touched down. I left with what you rep for my solo, and a reminder. Life fragile even on first-class leather. When the money flooded, I ain't just buy sneakers. I wrote the Murder Music movie script in hotel rooms and on back seats, convinced Steve Rifkin to fund the soundtrack. He handed me $650 for the film music, $450 for my solo, $200 for Mobb Deep's album. First time I felt rich for real. I grabbed a buggy-eye black Benz with a stash and a burgundy J30 for Kiki. She smiled so bright the driveway lit up. Then I poured into Infamous clothing. Before every rapper had a line, I was studying Wu Wear and Fat Farm, plotting. I printed tees, wore them in photo shoots, opened a Harlem storefront on 132nd and 8th because Jamaica Avenue wanted 10 racks a month. I turned that shop into a prison gallery. Stone floors, barbed gates, dragon lit up on the awning. Tat's crew painted all 5 boroughs on fire across the ceiling. Grand opening turned movie. Busta showed face. QB mobbed deep, no pun. And then a kid rode by and aired somebody right in front of us, scooped the shell like a souvenir, and pedaled off slow. Harlem boys tried quarterback later at the park, got washed right in their zip code. Whole day was chaos, and I stood there thinking, I love this hood, but it don't love nobody back. I shut the store down a month later. Film over fashion. Some dude bought the space and turned it to a weed spot. They kept my dragon up like a trophy. Me and healthy living became tight around then. I cut red meat, pork, fried everything, white bread, white rice, soda, cow milk, candy, fake colors, fluoride, even the smoke and drink for a minute. Just fish, baked chicken, brown rice, greens, water all night day, oats, nuts, vitamins. Years straight I ain't catch a sickle cell crisis. Body felt like clean engine oil. When you clear your system, blessings find better signal. That's how it felt. Bars came faster, ideas fuller, patience longer. But discipline ain't contagious. Freeport got filthy again, and the tension bubbled. One night I come home, Bolo laid up, dirtying air I paid for. I spazzed, he played tough. We barked downstairs, me calling him every name that mean butler and bozo. I rocked him twice, blood on his lip. Tried to drag a fight out his pride. He kept hiding behind Hav's name like that was a bulletproof vest. I went upstairs ready to grab steel and do a leg tap. Kiki caught my wrist and cooled the demon. I told Hav, either he goes or I go. Hav said I'm overreacting. Let boy stay. Next morning I packed out with Kiki and Shaka to a cheap duplex in Bushwick, $500 a month and a target on my back. I only came to Freeport to record after that. Meanwhile, Bars and Hooks slid into my life off Twins' word. Young hungry duo from QB, Hooks and Mr. Bars. Hooks had status. Moms used to mess with the Supreme Team Circle, so his childhood flex been crazy. He and Cormega did a freestyle that sliced Nas clean. Everybody talked about it. I signed them to Infamous on sight. Lynch Mob, not Cube's folks, another team they'd been around, started pressing him with threats and weird talk. Claiming involvement in quad rumors, trying to spook the kids into paying back studio money. I set a meeting, brought Green Eyes, an OG who'd just touched down after 15 on a bank job he swore wasn't his. He introduced himself like a mixtape intro, loud, throwback, 1984, frozen in his leather. I ain't feel him at first, then learned his code, the pain he carried from being loyal to people who ain't sent him commissary. At the sit-down, I offered a free song for their compilation to kill the static. They agreed. Business stayed clean. That's how I liked it. Until the streets insisted otherwise. Mary J. hit loud asking for Mobb Deep on Deep Inside. We pulled up, she floated in big shades and a slim cigar, energy like Queen Pin. Hugged us, pressed play, let us hear her skeleton so we could stitch verses. I wrote fast. Have snapped too. A month later it was her birthday. She sent the S500 to scoop us. We bought flowers, pulled up expecting a crowd dinner. It was just her and a homegirl at a four-top in this fly midtown Chinese spot. She smiled, ordered Cosmos, clinked glasses, asked my age and sign, if I had a lady. I said the truth. She nodded like she respected it, but a different answer would have changed the night. Have left with her friend. I went home to Kiki feeling both proud and stupid. Some choices define you more than plaques. Alchemist walked in my world like a strange angel. Twin brought this white kid with a day tee and khakis. Looked like he took a bus from Compton by mistake. He pressed play, couple joints moved, then one beat broke my chest open. We locked Cool G rap for it and called it The Realist. I wrote feverish, bled on the pad. At first I side-eyed Al like he might be a fed that learned Fruity Loops. Then I watched the hunger, the consistency. That boy's soul been dusty in the best way. We crowned him white chocolate and never looked back. Then the label Politics hit. Loud switched distribution from RCA to Sony/Columbia. Murda Music got pushed 3 months, and while the paperwork crawled, the album leaked out the back door and flew around the world. One of the most bootlegged albums ever, straight up. We cut 4 new joints to freshen the drop. Spread Love Not War, Adrenaline, Where Ya Heart At, and the Quiet Storm remix with Kim. That White Lines I wrote solo? Hav and Chris begged for it to be the Mobb single. I held on, then gave in. The streets needed it, and the remix crushed. Kim penning and spitting like rumors owed her rent. Tunnel Night, album release energy. Hours before I gave Faye, Hav's homie just home from 9 for shooting at cops, a stack of VIPs. Told him doors shut at 11 for passes. He pulled up late with a limo full. Ice, Spank, Mega, some other faces. Cops started closing the side. Security telling me choose now, inside or out. I left Godfather to help them and ran in with Hav because the stage don't wait. We rocked. Outside it turned sour. They said Ice's car got snatched. F-Key angled like I should pay. I told him, bring Ice to say that to my face. Ice walked up, looking like he knew he was wildin'. Maybe it's Toad, he mumbled. Aight then. We went around the corner to talk clearer. I'm mid-sentence when some dirty little dude peels off to piss and sneaks back ghost quiet, worm. Then cracks me from the blind and snatches my chain. Fefke yelling like he's shocked. I'm thinking setup. 'Cause how he riding with someone we'd had friction with? I popped the V hood to grab the piece, brain painting holes in their Land Rover. Only reason I ain't turned that truck into a cautionary tale was Mega and Ice inside. I slid off tight, heat burning my thigh, pride bleeding in my mouth. That same night, Worm got a crystal bath to the face, Moet bottle, courtesy of somebody from Hempstead who loved me enough to keep his name silent. A week later, Worm went back to the tunnel pistol loud, dumped half a clip into a random parked car to fake revenge, killed a young driver, wounded others. 3 undercovers popped out right there, chased, returned fire, Swiss cheesed his ride. He took 50 to life. Karma different when it clocks in. Next morning I called F-Key. Bring my chain. He said pull up QB, then changed it to the Hit Factory where he and Nas were. I went alone. No army, just 9 mil and a temper. He put the chain back on my neck himself. Mega looked at my black eye like he felt it. They told me come upstairs to Nas' session. I did, just to show I ain't move scared. Spoke on Worm, heard the blah blah. Left with my piece of gold and a fresh itch to get far from all that. By then I was living in Bushwick, and it started getting hot. Kids yelling up to my window to battle at 4 a.m., little hood celebrities trying to tax presents. I walked in every night with my finger on the trigger inside my pocket, scanning shadows. That's not how you raise a son. Loud put the fam up in the Flat Hotel, 3-bedroom penthouse on 52nd and Broadway, for 2 months while we found a proper spot. Murda Music went platinum inside that window. Life got big, but I kept hearing Freeport like a dripping faucet. Back out there, Pop Mob got hungry one afternoon, scraped up $2 in coins, hiked 6 blocks for 3 chicken wings. Came back, Bolo rang the bell, Pop let him in, ran upstairs. Bolo ate the last wing. I was hungry, he said. Pop had enough of his dirt. He grabbed the gun and shot him in the leg, same movie I almost filmed. Bolo called cops, Pop beat it in the end. Radio jocks had jokes after. Mobb Deep so hungry dudes getting shot over chicken. Whatever. That house taught me boundaries more than any therapist ever could. Through all the noise, the music didn't stop. Soundtrack Studios became a second home. Me, Hav, Chris Lighty, chess moving features, Jonathan Lighty lining producers, plotting a South Connect. We flew to Houston, linked with 8-Ball at Swisha House, Bun B in the room showing love that felt realer than most cousins, cut Where You From in 2 hours thick with smoke and respect. Every day, H.N.I.C sharpened inside me. Not 'cause Mobb Deep was breaking, but 'cause a man should stand on something, even if the floor under him changes. March 1999, Kiki's water broke at St. John's. Doctor said, not yet. I snuck her onion rings against orders 'cause she swore she needed them. At 3:03 a.m. on the 19th, my daughter Tasia arrived. Tiny and wrinkled, old soul face. I trailed every nurse like a bodyguard, side-eyed every needle, thanked God twice. Later that year, up in our new spot, mini mansion on a mountaintop in Pomona, Rockland County, she took her first steps in our bedroom, scared, then brave, then laughing when she realized the ground was on her side. Mary's record dropped, deep inside, floated. Quiet Storm stamped our flag in the city's night. Bars and Hooks freestyles hit DJs 'cause I mailed vinyls myself like it was 92 again. Stickers, addresses, faith. The murder music movie Half Shot with Larry, Red Hook letting us do gun scenes, Queensbridge wouldn't. Shoulda locked the paperwork sooner, won't make that mistake again. Some lessons cost more than a verse. In the end, what lived under all the gun smoke and gold was a simple truth. I wanted order, so I could make chaos sound beautiful. I wanted families safe so the voice could stay dangerous. I wanted to grow without losing the soil. Murder Music wasn't just an album name. It was the soundtrack to living halfway between Heaven's Hint and a hallway with no exit. I kept writing, kept breathing clean, kept my circle tighter. The world got louder. I learned to whisper to myself in the middle of it and still be heard. Chapter 8. H.N.I.C. Soon as Murder Music went platinum, the game shifted. I could feel it. The noise got louder, the rooms got bigger, and the air felt different. We ain't have a minute to breathe before we got thrown on that Family Values tour. 60 shows, 30,000 heads a night, sharing stages with Limp Bizkit, Run DMC, Korn, and a bunch of them rock dudes. Big-ass arenas filled with mosh pits and middle America going crazy. Every night I'd walk out there thinking, yo, these ain't the blocks I came from. But they know every word I ever wrote. Shook Ones, Quiet Storm, even them white kids felt that pain. They was screaming my lines like they lived it. That shit hit different. We made it theatrical. Barbed wire fences on stage, Alchemist playing warden, security marching us out like inmates fresh off Rikers. Orange jumpsuits, cuffs, the whole look. Once they popped them locks, me and Hav went wild. Jumping, running, spitting like we was breaking out the yard for real. That energy was raw, no act. Every night, I watched thousands of people lose their minds to pain we turned into poetry. You couldn't fake that. Backstage, it was another world. Rock star chaos. Groupies lined up like a line at the DM5, waiting for Limp Bizkit's door to crack open. I thought I'd seen Wild before, but these white girls was on demon time. Limp Bizkit even had a dentist traveling with him. Dude brought tanks of laughing gas like it was champagne. Filling balloons, handing them out. You'd see people floating off, eyes glazed. One cat took too much and face planted. I tried it once, just for the story. Shit had me laughing like the world hit slow motion. Have looking at me like, you buggin'. But I ain't care. Sometimes you just want to feel different for 5 minutes, you know? Ja Rule was on that tour for a few dates. We had to share a dressing room one night, and it was tension off rip. I remembered seeing him a few years back at one of Steve Rifkin's uptown parties. Me and my dudes walked in looking grimy, Timbs, hoodies, all that. Jaw pull up in this see-through knit sweater, nipples damn near waving at the crowd. I ain't even gonna front. He looked shook when he saw us. My boys started laughing right there. So now a few years later, here he is acting hard, ice grilling like he forgot. I just sat back thinking, crazy how fame make niggas rewrite they past. When that tour wrapped, right before New Year's, we came home to them platinum plaques. Red splashes painted across the metal, just like the album cover. That was art, imitating life for real. I dove straight back into the studio. No breaks, no parties. I had 2 missions. Finish the Murda music movie soundtrack and start my solo. H.N.I.C wasn't just a title, it was a statement. I wanted people to feel what it meant to lead from the dirt. I started handpicking talent from the bridge. New voices, hungry ones. Gave dudes their first real checks. $2,500 for a verse or a beat might not sound like much now, but to them back then, it was a lifeline. Then Nas started popping up in the next studio over. Word was, he working on this QB's finest project. I heard about it through the grapevine. At first he was calling it Queensborough, trying to unite all the legends. LL, Run, G-Rap, Lost Boys, the OG roster. But once he caught wind, I was already building my own project with the new generation. He flipped it to Queensbridge. That's how Nas think. If it's light on him, he'll move the lamp. He wanted to be the king of the bridge, but kings don't compete with their own people. That's what he ain't understand. He started booking rooms next to mine, pulling cats I already invited, talking them into jumping on his shit. I ain't even mad, just peeped game. I'd been watching Nas since '89 when me and Hav first started running through QB. Back then, he ain't even speak to us. Too cool, too mysterious. After Shook Ones, he finally showed love, but it always felt like business, never brotherhood. Now suddenly my phone ringing must. Kiki telling me Nas keep calling the crib. That was weird. Homie ignored me for a decade, now he acting friendly. Only reason I could see was Murda music going platinum. Success make people remember your number. One day he asked me to slide in his session and drop a verse for Da Bridge 2001. I went in, spit that heat. Me and my dogs coming through, we the grain. Go against us, you feel the pain. Soon as I stepped out the booth, we chopped it up. He was cool, calm. We talked about Jay-Z, how he felt Jay been sending shots. I told him, yo, I caught one too. That line from Where I'm From, the place where you and your little mans hung out in every verse in your rhymes. Only one rapper ever talked about Marcy in his bars before Jay, me on Trife Life. That was a sneak diss, and I knew it. Then on Money, Cash, Hoes, Jay said, New York been soft since Snoop came through and crushed the buildings. That line had me tight. Back when Snoop came through, he ain't say shit. He ain't outside when Pac was wildin', when Mobb Deep, Big and Dog Pound was going at it. He waited years, then started talking like he restored something. Nah, we lived that war. You just read about it. I told Nas we should press him in our verses, let the world know we peeped it. Nas waved it off like, he ain't worth that. I just said cool. But in my head, I already had my crosshairs lined up. I don't do subliminals. If you talk slick, I talk loud. Jay wanted to play chess. I flipped the board. Said what I said in the source. Jay a bitch boy, he talk it, don't live it. And I meant that. Not from hate, from experience. I've been around since the Crystal parties at Esso, when he was still learning how to blend in. I watched him copy our whole Project Steez. Shootin' in the hood, talkin' street, walkin' in Timbs he ain't scuff himself. Don't get me wrong, dude made fire music. But I knew the difference between a hustler with a story and a storyteller with hustle. While all that was brewin', I was working non-stop. I cleaned up my life heavy after the tour. No smoke in the studio, no liquor, no distractions. Just beats, bars, focus. Even Kiki caught that wave, stopped blazing, started writing. We did that Trials of Love record together one night in Pomona, right until the sun came up. I made her redo her verse like 30 times till it hit right. She ain't know it, but that was one of my proudest moments. Not 'cause she rapped, but 'cause she understood why I rapped, to survive the noise. By now the movement around me was growing. Littles came home from a 7-year stretch, humble now, hungry. I gave him a look, put him on the movie soundtrack, let him spit in a cappella on H.N.I.C. Just like that, his buzz lit. Free High came home too. Old head, scars down both cheeks, beat a murder case after calling 911 on his own. Turned blood inside, came out rhyming like the pain was currency. The streets don't break everybody. Sometimes they refine you. Then Miami happened. Viola tore through this party, big beat shit. Me and Hav was performing with Busta. I stopped by my mom's crib. She'd moved down there years ago. Brought Alchemist with me so she could see the young prodigy. We talked, laughed, took scooters down Collins. Later, during sound check at Club Amnesia, I overheard the sound man talking reckless. I don't like them Mobb Deep dudes. They think they gangsta. I ain't say nothing. But when showtime came, mics started screeching, beats dropped low, whole sets sounding trash. I knew it. That clown was sabotaging the show. After 4 songs, we had to walk off. I went to Chris Lighty, told him straight. I'm about to beat that sound man up out of respect. I'm coming to you first. Chris ain't flinch. Cool, let's go find him. I walked up, asked dude calm, you got something personal against us? He said no, all shaky, talking about technical issues. I nodded like I believed him, turned, then cracked him dead in the mouth with my platinum ring. Teeth flew. Washed my hands, switched shirts with security, slid out. Cops grabbed my man Tim instead. He took the hit like a soldier, lost his gun license over it. I made sure he got paid and taken care of. Then the sound man sued me for 20 racks. Cost of business, I guess. Have threw a gangsta party at the Freeport House not long after. 10 chicks, bottles, wild lights. He called Nas, L-E-S, Little Lord. Said, we doing an orgy, bring your confidence. Whole place looked like a music video gone wrong. Me, Hav, Nas, girls everywhere, Moet spillin'. I ain't going front. The night was crazy. I left early though, couldn't shake the guilt when I got home to Kiki. Told her I was working. She ain't buy it, but she ain't press. Some lies weigh heavier when you say 'em out loud. Then came the new millennium, Y2K paranoia everywhere. Folks hoarding water and canned beans, waiting for the world to end. Me and Kiki just popped champagne and laughed, made our own home movie, passed out before midnight gunfire died down. Out in Rockland, rednecks shooting ARS to celebrate. Sounded like Iraq in the hills. Through it all, I kept building the empire. Ron Artest dropped 90 racks on Infamous Records to help the vision. Real Queensbridge nigga move. That's family forever. We used that to push bars and hooks, cut leather jackets, chains, banners. The label was starting to breathe on its own. Then the cops caught me slipping. Late night, Jersey side, Range Rover clean, Georgia plates, and that heat under the hood. Literally, 9 mil stashed next to the battery. Pulled me over routine check. Next thing I know, cuffs, station, weed from my man's jacket, grand theft auto charge. Said the whip was tagged. Bail was $150. Steve Rifkin came through like a guardian angel. Case dropped to a misdemeanor eventually, but I lost all them tapes in the trunk. Old Mobb Deep sessions, family footage, killer black memories. That one hurt more than the charges. Moneybags was around heavy then. Real hood celeb. Foxy shouted him out on affirmative action. We vibed on real topics. The government, the Moors, secret societies. Dude had depth. He introduced me to 50 Cent when Fifth was still recovering from them bullets. I ain't even think he'd make it big. Shows what I knew. Bags started talking too much truth, though. Connecting dots between Irv, Preem, and all that Murder Inc. street power. Said Irv and Ja was Preem's little proteges, living off that energy they ain't earned. He told me Preem had a hit on him for killing Black just back in the day, and he was plotting to strike first. I ain't know it then, but that convo was prophecy. Around the same time, Keep It Thorough dropped. No hook, just pure bar energy. They told me it needed a chorus. I told them, nah, that's the hook. The beat spoke for itself. Sometimes silence between words hit harder than anything sung. That record took off, turned me from half of Mobb Deep into my own storm. The throne felt heavy, but right. And that's where I stood. Halfway between peace and payback. Still breathing, still learning, still feeding the fire that made me. H.N.I.C. wasn't a title. It was who I always been. And the world was finally ready to hear me say it loud. Queensbridge was buzzing. Word spread fast. Nas took a shot at P. I ain't even trip at first. But then the whispers kept coming. They said he mad because I did that joint with Cormega, and Mega used the record to air him out. But I ain't the one who threw shots. Mega did. That was his business. If Nas got an issue, why not step to him? You scared? You ain't swing when DeLorean had his hands on your neck in the studio, damn near choking you out. You ain't fight then. But you'll go write a diss track about me? That's backwards. And the whole Prodigy begged Bravehearts for his chainback story chapter. I ain't begged for shit. I walked right up and took what was mine, Dolo. Even when my own boys told me, P, leave it alone. Nah, I ain't built like that. It took a minute, but after a while, I started seeing it clear. Nas wasn't mad about no song. He was mad I was back in the spotlight. The Jay-Z beef had the city on fire, and every headline had my name in it. I was back on the front page of Rap Talk, and that burned him. Nas tactical, though, move like a chess player, smile while he pushing pieces behind the board. That winter, Jay hit Flex's show on Hot 97, live with his new crew, Beanie Siegel, the Young Guns, Freeway. I was over at Music Palace with Bars and Hooks, Green Eyes, Moneybags, Majesty. We had the radio bumping while we was working. Beans was going off, Freeway too. But then I heard that one line, I'll creep on your quiet storm. My whole mood shifted. That was a shot, no doubt. Then I hear this new rapper Jay got with him. Name's H. Moneybags. You know how disrespectful that sounded to my man, Moneybags, right? Dude snapped instantly. I had that private line to the station, so I picked it up. It rang like 80 times before somebody finally answered. Yo, this Prodigy, I said. Let me talk to Jay-Z. Jay just got on the elevator, dude said. You just missed him. Nah, I told him. Go catch him and tell him P on the line. 5 minutes later, Jay got on the phone. What's up? He said, calm as ever. Yeah, what up, nigga? I said. then passed the phone to E. Bags been waiting to talk. "This E money, Bags," he said, straight tone. "How you got some nigga running with you using my name like that?" "You know me, nigga. Who the fuck is H.N.I.C, Bags?" Jay tried to front. "So what you trying to say?" Bags laughed, low and cold. "You know what I'm saying. Don't act like you don't know how I move, nigga. Stop playing with me." Jay hit back with that corporate cool. "This what you called me for?" "Oh, now you actin' tough?" Bags said. "You tough now? You know I'm gonna see you, right?" Jay just said, "Say no more then." "Yeah, Bags said. "When I see you, you gon' know what it is." Jay said it again. "Say no more." Click. Phone dead. Whole room silent. E looked at me like, it's up now. Next week, Friday night, I hit Flex myself. Told him, "Yo, let me pull up tonight. Me, E, N-O-R-E, and Nas. We gon' do it like Jay did." But louder Flex was with it. Bags called Nas, told him what's up. Nas said he'd come. So I'm thinking, maybe we squash all this and make history on air. We driving across the 59th Street Bridge, Queens to Manhattan, laughing, energy high. Bags check his email mid-ride. He looks at his phone, face twist up. "Yo, P, listen to this." Nas wrote, "I ain't coming. Just go up there and tell everybody who the real king of New York is." I looked over, tight. He folded before we even touched the city. Maybe he thought we was gonna press him over that diss. But we wasn't even on that type of time. Still, it showed me who was real and who was nervous. We pull up to Hot 97, meet NORE out front. Whole crew ready. Flex come out to the lobby with this look, half nervous, half apologetic. "P, I can't let y'all upstairs," he said. "My boss just called." They think this gon' turn into a shootout. We tried talking him down, but Flex kept shaking his head, saying, "I can't do it." Soon as we stepped outside, a Lincoln Town car pulled up. 5 dudes hop out with cups of Henny in their hands, laughing, wild energy. "Yo, P, what's good?" they yell. I reached for the grip on my waist, just in case. Then one of them said, "We from Far Rockaway. We heard you on the radio talking about heading to Hot, so we came to hold you down. Ain't nobody touching Mobb Deep tonight." They was dead serious. "Fuck them Rockefeller niggas," they said. "If they come up here, we creepin'." That's Queen's shit. That's love. Reckless love, but real. We ain't even make it to the mic. But the message was out there. The city knew where we stood. Weeks later, Benzino called. Source Awards coming up in Cali. I told him, "You want us there? Cool. But if Jay-Z show up, I need 30 passes for my people. We won't ruin your show. But I'm letting him and everybody else know what kind of power Mobb Deep really hold." Benzino hesitated, then said okay. Next thing you know, the whole 12th Street fam was on a flight to LA. Have, Twin, Nitty, Godfather, Gotti, Free High, Little Lord, YG, Kiko, Derek from the Bronx, Mike DeLorean, Mr. Bars, Green Eyes, Larry the Director, Fly, Prince God, me. At least 15 deep. For some of them, that was their first time on a plane. Whole squad loud, laughing, talking wild shit the whole way. We stayed at a hotel right across from the House of Blues on Sunset. Night before the show, we driving back from dinner, and I glance out the van window, see somebody on a payphone. I blinked twice. "Yo, Draws?" It was him, one of the wildest niggas from QB, just standing there like a ghost from home. I rolled down the window. "Yo, Thun, get in." He ran up, sweat towel in hand like always. Nerves in his hands been shot up, palms always wet. "Thun, this is crazy," he said in that QB slang. "I came out here with Nas and them. They left me stranded. Crazy I ran into y'all, Thun. That was draws, chaos and sneakers." Back at the hotel, he's calling his man Rain on the payphone again, talking about he got connects in L.A. "Thun got plugs in the industry," he said. "He can get us burners if we need 'em." Soon as he said guns, I leaned forward. "What you mean? He can get us hammers?" An hour later, he said his people pulling up. That's when I met 40 Glock, pulled up on Sunset in a blue whip, cornrows tight, blue rag swinging from his pocket. "What up, cuz?" he said. "I'm 40 Glock. These my lil homies, straight Crip energy, calm but alert." I respected it. Next day, Source Awards at the Shrine. Whole Mobb Deep mob in custom jerseys, H.N.I.C, Thug Passion, Bacardi stitched across the front, our names on the back. Queensbridge royalty. Lil Kim came through to perform Quiet Storm remix with us. Brought Junior M.A.F.I.A through heavy. We chillin' backstage, smokin', vibin'. Outlaws was sittin' right in front of us. First time we crossed paths since the Pac beef. I gave him a nod, small talk, let him know it's peace now. The energy was grown man. Tyson Beckford, sitting a few seats over, pulled out a gallon of Henny from under his chair and passed it down. Hav took a swig. I passed it to Scarface, who was sitting to our left. He grinned, took a pull, passed it back. Whole row smelling like cognac and sweat. Then that moment. Smoke hit the stage. Quiet Storm intro thundered through the shrine. Hav drove the caddy truck on stage, jumped out when his verse dropped. Crowd went nuts. I came out next, Noid behind me with a bottle of Seagram's, wildin', splashin'. Then Kim stepped out the truck, lights hitting her like a goddess in mink. "Ayo, Prodigy, tell him what it is, done," she shouted. I screamed back, "Yo, it's the real." And that's when the place exploded. Right as the last hook hit, chaos broke loose. Death row niggas came storming down both aisles, red rags flying, shoving through the crowd. They was looking for Snoop and Dre, who dipped out the back. But Trey D stayed, swinging on 5 dudes at once. Whole building turned into a riot. After the show, driving back down Sunset, I kept thinking about Kim. Wanted to make sure she's safe. I called her. She said, pull up to the Swiss Hotel near Beverly Center. Me, Twin, DeLorean, bars, free high, draws, and Gotti rolled over. Kim in the penthouse with Junior M.A.F.I.A, drinking apple martinis, music low, everybody laughing. Free got one of her friend's numbers, then we bounced. But before I could hit the lobby, Kim's hairstylist came running out the elevator. "P, Kim wants you to come back up. I told my boys to head out and send a van later." Went back upstairs, room quiet now. Kim poured me another martini, and we stepped out on the balcony. The night was warm, city lights soft. I put my hands on her waist, kissed her neck slow. She whispered, "Not right now. Too many people here." I backed off, smiled. She wasn't ready, but I could tell she would be one day. Kiki always thought I smashed Kim, but nah, never happened. Just energy. When Kiki heard the Quiet Storm remix, she said, out of jealousy, "That song whack." I laughed. She ain't even know she was listening to history. That whole year was a blur. Success, tension, temptation. But through it all, I stayed me. I was still that sickle cell kid from Queensbridge who turned pain into power. Every move, every track, every beef, it was all part of the same story. And this chapter? It was only halfway done. Chapter 9. Infamy, Rockland nights be quiet. Too quiet sometimes. Kiki on the couch with the dictionary open like it's a TV guide, legs tucked under a throw, flipping pages like she hunting treasure. She look up, half smirk on her face. Name the album Infamy, she says. Just like that. No big speech, no meeting. One word in a living room and my whole next season takes shape. I knew off rip that was it. Sounded like a stain you can't wash, a rumor that outlives the truth. I hit have like, Shorty got the title, and he ain't even argue. Sometimes the universe talk through the woman you love. Thing is, while I'm acting healthy on the outside, I'm sneaking back into bad habits on the low. Cigarettes crept back first, little stress crutches I told myself was temporary. Then the drinks start calling, that old Henny in the throat whisper. Weed rolled up in the studio like it never left. I ain't want Kiki seeing that side crawl back, so I kept it tucked. Embarrassed, real talk. She been on the clean time with me, changed her diet, meditated, prayed me through them hospital nights. I ain't want her looking at me with that mix of love and disappointment. But your body don't lie. You feed it poison, the pain come knocking. Sickle cell tapped me here and there like, I'm still here, fam. She could tell something was off, even when I played it cool. We in the crib, and have load up this joint that sound like house drums, crashed a QB block party. Had that up-tempo shuffle, had me thinking about Quiet Storm cousins, like same bloodline but different attitude. Have ain't really like it. He the type to delete a beat if it breathe wrong for 2 seconds. I jump in front the keyboard like a cop at a crime scene. Don't erase that. Give me an hour, head down, pen moving. I'm whispering slick in a lady ear on the page, real low, like her man in the next room. By the time I come out the booth, Have is nodding. He right in the same pocket, less whisper talk but same energy. We call it Hey Love, anything. It needed a hook with satin on it, so we hollered at Chris Lighty, R.I.P., and lined up 112. They heard the verses and woven the chorus perfect, like tailor-made silk. We played the bulk of the album for Rifkind, and he greenlit the art, the video, the whole rollout, moving like a general setting up a summer campaign. Then we stumbled into this other record, faster, grimier, up-tempo like a boardwalk fistfight. Felt like a Queen's car chase with Beach Boys harmony floating over it. That's how crazy it was. Noid got on it. Vita slid through for the hook, and now we standing in the room like, damn, this the one we lead with. Stopped the presses on Hey Love and pushed Burn to the front. Core first, crossover after. We leak it to Flex. City lit up in response. Phone calls from everywhere. Mob back on flames again. Folks who swore Summer Jam ended us had to watch the smoke shape our names in the sky. Of course, politics got they little hands in everything. Vita called me tight. I love y'all. I want to shoot the video. But Irv got the call from Dude. Said don't do it. I ain't even flinch. Bet. That told me all I needed to know about how certain phone trees work in this industry and who whispers into which ears. The chest never stop. That's cool. You make a move, I make two. Meanwhile, Burn still heating the radio, and Hey Love waiting in the tunnel like a star player off the bench. We was cooking different, too. Scott Storch came through with a briefcase of melodies like he's selling investments. Young monster with keys under his fingers. He played me joints, told me stories from the left coast assembly line, how credits move, how game gets passed down and stamped by other names. I ain't judge. I just respect music that hit the ribs. We gave him full credit. I Won't Fall, Kill or Be Killed, real episodes. and I penned this R&B bridge for Ronald Isley himself. Legend walk and fly, 2 singers with him, aura smelling like a lifetime of satin suits and Sunday candy. He cut the bridge smooth like a barber lineup. I was staring like a kid in a museum. That's history still breathing. Have got on this other wave with Lil Mo. Pray for me. Bro chopped his words in half like he cutting rope, syllables stuttering on purpose, infamous, murder, just to let the breath punch between the bars. Sounded like something nobody else even tried. So I matched that pocket for my 16, slid into the same rhythm and let it ring. Whole album felt like we sharpening steel on concrete. Then, boom, business earthquake. We about to hand the album in, and they, talking about loud, got sold to Sony for a fat bag. Corporate shuffle. Artists dropped like flies. They kept the profitable ones. We in the keep pile, thank God. But I ain't clap. I peep strategy. Steve been hinting at changing direction anyway. Some southern focus, less NY attitude, and now this sail play like the final scene he wrote months ago. He ain't worn us. We just had to wear it. Sony not a bad place. Big engine, big rooms. But at Loud, we was the focus. At Sony, we was one of 100 plates spinning in a glass tower. We smiled for the cameras and quietly started plotting our exit. But first, we had to win. Numbers talk. Burn carried fire. Overseas tour dates stacked like Jenga. Europe loved Mobb with a different kind of loyalty. The chants hit louder, the faces sweat more. Alchemist graduated from little homie to official DJ, and that boy adapted fast. We moved on road like it was 97 forever. Eat fast, move fast, don't blink, don't wait. He learned the vulture ways of a New York minute, how to grab the moment by its collar. We shot Hey Love in Atlanta. Little X on the lens, storyboards everywhere. They brought me photos of models to pick a love interest. I pushed the stack back. I'm using Kiki. Why I'm a fake love when I can put the real thing on film? She flew down, body glowed on camera. We kissed on set, and now the whispers start. P done turned soft. Nah. What's soft about showing up for your woman? What's harder than betting your name on your truth? Funny thing, Hey Love got more spins than Quiet Storm at radio. And the shows was more packed than ever. Front rows full of ladies mouthing every word, and I'd lock eyes with the baddest one in the middle and spit the verse like it was just ours. Soft? That's target practice. Infamy moved up to 800,000 sold, creeping on platinum while half the city still telling themselves Jay-Z turned us into fossils. But numbers ain't lies, and a legacy ain't decided by a summer clown show. Still, I ain't blind. I heard the whisperers who studied my pen from day one say I was slipping. Truth? I was fogged up. Bad food, smoke, liquor, old demons climbing out the basement. I was writing like I could never miss, even when I was off by inches. That's how ego work. It pats your back while you walk toward a cliff. I ain't see it then. Thought everything I scribbled was golden. Looking back, I can hear the slack. I can hear where the lines didn't choke the wind like they used to. That's the dangerous part. When the mask fits so well, you forget it's on. Nassau Coliseum. Long Island night, big lineup. Backstage looked like a parade trying to fit through a hallway. I'm walking to the stage and somebody lean in. What's up, P? It's 50. We ain't really know each other like that, but I dap him. Good to see him walking strong after 9 shots in 2000. He stood side stage while we rocked, eyes like a calculator. You can spot soldiers who about to march. He had that energy, quiet, patient, dangerous. Couple of days later, we sitting across from L. Londell McMillan, young black powerhouse lawyer from Bed-Stuy, suit crisp, resumed talking for him. He the one who helped the LOX and total free they names. He had Prince, Stevie, Mike, Spike on the wall. Heavy. I told him what time it was. We want off Sony. We want distribution and freedom. He nods slow, then fast. Perfect position. Y'all can get 5 times the bag I left the office floating. Months of paperwork chests later, boom, we free. Album damn near platinum, and we off contract. Unheard of. That's leverage you don't get twice. Have find this full studio for sale off the Van Wyck, Jamaica, Queens. Clean block, good bones. He sell the Freeport crib, move to New Rochelle, and set the new spot as HQ. Before we dip out the old house, a neighborhood cop, huge mob fan, throw a pajama party. Look, I ain't into being buddy-buddy with police, but dude been around, showed love, slid us them PBA cards that make traffic stops less annoying. We pull up reckless. Boxers, white tees, Timbs on carpet, smoke in the air, ladies in nearly nothing. Just a wild last night in that space. I'm getting ready to leave when Free High pops up slizzed, grabs me and bites my neck like a vampire. I swung back with my voice. Yo, what the? He laughing drunk. I'm ready to drop him. Pop Mob hold me back like, chill, son. Free started acting weird around that time. Stories about new girls, violence, rumors growing legs. Old head in a random city stepped to me like, you know a dude named Free High? He killed my niece. I'm looking for him. My stomach dropped into my shoes. You never know what your people doing when you blink. Streets got long receipts. Then the news hit. Free got bagged off a direct sale to an undercover in Queensbridge. Rookie mistake for an old wolf. At sentencing, the judge gave him 5, and dude laughed, reached for the court officer's gun, and tried to fire at the bench. Madness. They tackled him quick, and the judge buried him under time. We all sitting in the Freeport living room, watching NY1, heads shaking in unison. Idiot, somebody said. Felt like losing somebody twice. First to the streets, then to the system. Have closed the Freeport chapter, and we cracked open the doors to the new Jamaica studio. First day, we hang every gold and platinum plaque like war flags. Control room shining, booth walls telling stories. Fly learned Pro Tools on the fly, no pun. Sat in that chair like he was born there. The sound in that room had a smell. Warm electronics, dust-off drum kits, the ozone of fresh vocals. We started catching records like Alley-Oops, Whole Energy Reset, but life still be life. Some nights I wake to that old ache in my bones, the kind that don't ask permission. I'd be in the mirror brushing my teeth, looking at a man with 2 wolves in his chest. One starving for discipline, one drooling for chaos. Some days I fed the right one, some days the wrong. I'd think about Kiki calling Infamy from that couch, like she named not just the album, but the season of my spirit. The price of being infamous. How the city write your legend in ink and pencil at the same time, ready to erase, ready to underline. We kept moving. Booked flights, booked rooms, booked 16s. The noise around us stayed loud. Industry calls, threats, favors, off-the-record don't do that's. Meanwhile, we pressed play on the mission, feed the fans, sharpen the craft, free the business. Sometimes it was 3 steps forward, 2 back. Sometimes the smallest step changed the whole map. That's the truth nobody tell you when you a kid. That success ain't a staircase, it's a fire escape. You climbing sideways, holding onto shaky rails, hoping the next platform don't give out. When the Hey Love video dropped, folks who ain't know better cracked jokes. P kissing in the frame. I laughed with them and counted the spins. I watched Kiki on BET looking like a queen and thought about all the hospital beds she stood beside when I was folded up in pain. If that's soft, then let softness be my shield. Later that night, showtime, I spotted a woman in the front row, eyes like she'd seen everything and still believed. I rapped the whole verse to her and the room disappeared. That's what music do when you honest. It lock 1,000 people out the room and leave only 2 breathing in sync. Me and Have was plotting in daylight now. Free men with a studio, a catalog, a tour route, and a lawyer who spoke fluently in power. We started hearing ourselves differently again. Lines tighter, drums meaner, hooks that stuck to skin. Jamaica HQ turned into a chapel for sinners who still prayed. The red light came on, and I'd remember the kid version of me. Quiet in a loud world, searching for a sentence that could hold my whole block. Sometimes I found it. Sometimes it found me. Sony's tower across the river kept spinning, and we ain't care no more. We had motion that lived outside glass buildings. We pulled up to meetings with our own leverage, our own timepieces, our own blueprint. The stains on my name, the rumors, the snapshots from one ugly summer. None of it could rewrite the math of consistent work. Infamy means they gon' talk about you even when they don't got you right. But the records, those the court transcripts, that's the version that outlives all the gossip. So yeah, young, rich, complicated, half broken, half blessed. Some days I wanted to teach the mystery of God. Some days the devil sat shotgun. I was backsliding, standing up, sliding again. But I kept walking into that booth and telling the truth. Even when the truth ain't make me look like a hero. That's what this chapter is. Me catching myself slipping and still refusing to fall. Me dragging the pen through mud and pulling out diamonds by accident. Me loving my woman on camera and daring the world to call me soft. While I count out loud. It's me and Have and the fam, threading needles in a hurricane, putting plaques on new walls, lighting new incense, pressing new space bar, and praying, quietly, that the next song save me from the last night. And if you listening close, you can hear the next door opening, before this one even closes. The story don't end here. We only halfway down this hallway, and there's more smoke, more mirrors, more miracles waiting. Keep walking. Chapter 10. Free agents. We got the keys to our own house now, feel me? New spot in Jamaica humming like a power plant. Plaques on the wall glinting like streetlights on wet asphalt. Cables snaking across the floor like live wires. Fresh air in my lungs even when I light a cig. Freedom smell different. No more clocking in under somebody else's logo. Me and Have sat back in those swivel chairs, legs kicked, and I'm counting all the ways we can flip this independence into long money. We recorded a whole tape just to talk our talk. Free agents. Not even about radio, not about videos. Strictly a message to the industry. We off the plantation, come correct. I wanted distro over deals. That was my sermon. Why eat off 90 cents when 4 or 5 a unit sitting on the table if you move it yourself? I'm seeing Wu did it, Puff did it, Hov did it. Master P, Baby, and Slim, every hustler who learned to turn verses into real estate. Grandma raised me on ownership talk. That lady kept deeds in her head like scriptures. Have different though. He pure music at heart, don't care for the phone calls and the spreadsheets. On a major, we'll sell more, P. I ain't trying to be out here begging PDs for spins and calling program directors. Let me do the beats, I ain't with the begging neither. But I told him we a team. I'll handle the chessboard if he keep cooking. We went back and forth till the room felt hot. Londell tried to mediate, lay the law on how much we could win going indie. Have stood on his square. His compromise: keep Mob albums on a major, do our solos independent. I ain't love it, but I loved my brother and the brand we built, so I swallowed the lump and kept it pushing. We put 2 months into Free Agents, non-stop. While we laying that down, Fifth hustling like a corner store on Thanksgiving Eve. Mixes out every week. Guess who's back circulating? His DVDs in every barbershop. I tell Hav, call him. Let's cut something grimy for the movie and the tape. Hav, Noid, and Fifth lay Bump That for Murda music. Then Hav and Fifth knock Pop Those Things, and I slide a verse on it, tuck it in the stash like bail money. I knew that one was dangerous. We meet with Bob Perry at Landspeed. Small label, big appetite. I lay it out plain. 6 figures up front, half the profits, no faces on the cover, no interviews, no radio. We not courting fans, we alerting executives. Bob nod like he used to this. Contracts fly across the table, pen hits paper. It's a clean street exchange. I'm in the supermarket with Kiki, pushing a cart, debating cereals, when Violator rings my phone. Assistant says, got 50 on the line. Fifth voice steady, respectful, but firm. I heard about the Landspeed play. Not the move, P. If they fumble, it land on y'all name. You in position to go bigger, I wanted to tell him he preaching to the choir, that my heart live in the independent route. But I ain't about to expose the seams in public. We already locked it, I say. It's just a sign to the suits we open for business. Structure tight. We can't lose. That was our first real build. I liked the calm in his tone. Fire under it, ice around it. You can hear when a man about to bend the market. Free Agents drop, move 400,000 quick. No radio, no video, just hunger and reputation. Phones go stupid. Universal, Warner, Jive, a few more trying to lure us into their kitchens. Meanwhile, M turned the whole world into 8 Mile and 2 of our babies. Shook ones, survival of the fittest. Get new life on the big screen. I ain't even know they'd use 'em like that. Seeing it had me grinning like a proud uncle. Paul Rosenberg start managing Alchemist, and I tell Al, whisper in Paul ear, we'll talk shady if it makes sense. He said say less. Warner's brings us in, slides a 50-50 split across the table. That's the kind of math I like. They got this new singer DeMello. Ask for a feature. Cool, we outside. Then the news hit like a car alarm. Eminem just signed 50 to Shady. Next week, Wanksta everywhere like graffiti. The city in a 50 fever. Universal calls again, same 50-50. Then Jive pulls us up, and the president is Barry Weiss, with Chris Lighty running the urban wing. That's family. Familiar hands steady a shaky bridge. Me and Hav talk circles, settle on Jive. It felt like sending your kids to a school where your cousin is vice principal. Safer. Papers get signed, cameras pop off in the conference room, smiles all around. I'm the only face mean-mugging. Inside, I'm thinking, we just traded a slice of our grandchildren's future for the marketing plan. That hurt. But the war got many fronts. I named the next joint Amerikaz Nightmare. Felt right. Us as the bad dream corporate suits keep having every time a project like ours refuses to die. We dove straight into the sessions, late nights, stale coffee, smell of new wood and old smoke in the booth. Side mission. Button up, Murda Music the film. Londell helped me close that nasty loop with Larry. Cut him a small check, get the reels, finish the shots. I sat in the edit bay for 3 weeks straight, eyes cracked, slicing frames like I was trimming bricks. Alchemist scoring scenes while I glued it all together. Larry told me, you gon' thank me. If music business foul, film business is sharks in suits. He wasn't lying. But that 16mm look, It kissed the screen like only film can. Worth every headache. In between renders, I book us for a black film festival in Acapulco, because if you don't show up, nobody hands you nothing. All access passes ain't cheap, but experience ain't neither. Me and Kiki touched down, grabbed a drop-top Suzuki, and rode the coastline with the wind rinsing New York off our skin. Ran into Mekhi, Bill Duke, Lisa Ray, Master P, and Wifey. The whole distant cousins of Hollywood cast. Panels about distribution and editing in the day, rum and arguments at night. Me and Kiki stay fighting and making up like two storms dancing. That last night, Biz on the set across from the hotel, I swore I'd keep it cool. Didn't. We went upstairs talking loud with our hands till the mouth made a treaty the hands couldn't. Morning flight snapped us back to the grind. Jive pressed gangsta roll, got the streets rubbing their knuckles. We still had that pop those things nuke with 50. But I told Hav, hold it. Politics. I ain't need nobody saying our temperature came from his thermostat. I already saw how DJs did with Bump That. Play fifth verse, cut us off like the record ended. That ego bruise made me want to pull up to every mix show with a wrench. Instead, we flipped the strategy. 50 was stealing folks' singles, turning them into his. Cool. Try our hand at the game. He had magic stick ringing. We turned it into Matic clips, swapped sex talk for gun talk, and smiled at the echo. That's New York. If the trapdoor open, you jump or you get your ankles broke. Out in the distance, Murder Inc. and G-Unit throwing bottles of gasoline back and forth, and Ja dropped New York to claw back some respect. I ain't never been a Ja fan. Felt animated to me. Plus, E-Money bags didn't rock with their camp. Loyalty gets sticky like that. One afternoon, Hav says, "They shooting the New York video today. I'm sliding." I'm like, "So?" He tried to rope me in. "Just pull up. You ain't got to be in the shot." "They're gonna be mad baddies," I told him. Send the address, then peeled off and went to Alchemist's instead with the camcorder. We ended up watching Fifth's New Breed DVD and my Murda music cut while twisting up. Next day, half-mad, I stood him up, ranting about all the faces at the shoot. Kiss, Fat Joe, the parade. I shrugged. I only care about the mob and Amerikaz nightmare. Irv and Ja could throw parties in Times Square for all I care. Our studio got better lighting anyway. Back in Jamaica HQ, the work felt sacred again. Fly on the boards, Hav's snares knocking like a landlord, my pen getting sharper every night. I said no to the bottle. Some nights I said yes, and the lines got blurry. Most nights I caught myself. That's the tightrope nobody clapped for. Keeping your balance while the circus heckles. We'd leave the building at 4 a.m., air cold on our faces. And I'd think about everything we crossed to get here. The sales, the slander, the sellswords in suits, the friends who became stories on the news ticker. And still, somehow, we freer than we ever been. We shook hands with Jive. But I never let go of the part of me that wants to own the whole block. Free agents wasn't just a title. It was a flag we planted. Even inside a major, I kept hearing that word like a drum under the beat. Free. Free to make what we want. Free to pick our battles. Free to say no to a wave, even if the whole world's surfing. Sometimes you take the long road, so you own the road when you arrive. So we moved like that, double backing on mistakes, doubling down on what worked. The city still reading our pages out loud, critics still counting bars like calories, and somewhere between the calls from presidents of labels and the late-night edits of an indie film shot on stubborn film stock, I realized all these lanes we building ain't for show. They alleyways for escape. Routes for our kids' kids to walk without shackles. You can call it ego, Call it paranoia, call it whatever, make you feel safe. I call it architecture. And if you need a picture to end this chapter, take this. Me in the booth, light red like a heartbeat. Have behind the glass, with 2 fingers in the air, counting me in. Alchemist on the couch, nodding slow. Kiki's face popping up on my phone with a text about milk and diapers. The city buzzing outside like a transformer. And that one word humming under everything we do. Free. Chapter 11. Amerikaz Nightmare. We was deep in the studio when Al hit play on this wild beat he just cooked. That shit had this crazy sample from some 80s joint. She blinded me with science. Soon as that bass dropped, the room lit up. It felt like neon and smoke had a baby. I knew off rip. This gon' be one of them ones. Have heard it, and his eyes went wide, grabbed his notebook, and just started scribbling. In like an hour, he laid down Got It Twisted. I'm talking about pure Queensbridge pressure. It had that dark club bounce, but still hood enough to make the block nod. We threw it on Amerikaz Nightmare last minute, right before we turned the album in. Funny thing, every time we did shit last minute, it ended up being the hardest track. Lighty and the label went nuts when they heard it. Said we gotta shoot the video ASAP. Benny Boom flew us out to LA, palm trees and liquor store energy, you feel me? Sun hitting chrome, and we shooting scenes like we already knew it was gonna be a classic. Soon as the video dropped, phones started ringing. Bookings overseas, Europe tour, festivals, promoters trying to get a piece. We land in Sweden first. Jet lag heavy. But when we pull up to the hotel, yo, it's crowds outside waiting. Kids screaming Mobb Deep lyrics like they from Queensbridge. I'm laughing like, how y'all even get the new shit already? Me and Al step out for a walk, just trying to feel the city. 2 little blonde kids, couldn't be more than 8, walk right up rapping. Took me a sec to realize they was spitting my bars, word for word, from that West Coast mixtape we just dropped a week ago. Al look at me, eyes big. Yo, that's your verse, BP? I'm like, aight, that's wild. Ask the kid where he learned that. Lil dude goes, my brother got it off the internet. That's when it hit me. The power done shifted. This ain't just CDs and radio no more. The world was wired up, and our sound was traveling faster than planes. Shorty even said, you want to meet my brother? He got girls for you. I laughed like, damn, these little Swedes moving slick. Next thing, they pull back up with some older cats, early 20s, all hyped up, rapping my lyrics and taking flicks like we was superheroes. We smiled for the cameras, walked around, took it all in. Blue-eyed shorties everywhere, sunlight bouncing off the glass, whole city looking like a dream. But then something bugged me out. Midnight hit, and the sun came back up, like no bullshit, full daylight in the middle of the night. I'm standing on stage rapping, and the sun's shining straight in my face. Thought I was tripping. After the show, me and Al back in the lobby, still laughing at the craziness of it all. Them same little hacker-ass kids pull up talking about, wanna see something crazy? I'm like, what now? They run to the business lounge, start typing on the computer. Boom! The whole hotel power cuts off. I look at Al like, yo, these little bastards just blacked out the building. They laughing, proud as hell. Al told him, y'all hired. Y'all the Swedish street team now, took their numbers. It was wild. After Sweden, we hit Switzerland, Norway, Poland. Every show packed, energy through the roof. Last stop was Amsterdam, red light district. Streets glowing red and gold, smell of weed everywhere. Cameras rolling for our infamous Allegiance DVD. Derek wildin' with the camcorder, recording the girls in the windows till one of them ran out, calling him the N-word and swinging. Shit was chaos. But that's Amsterdam for you. When we got back to New York, I slid through Violator. Chris Lighty, Mona, Busta, 50, all moving in and out the office. Mona pulled me aside talking about a straight-to-DVD joint called Full Clip. Said they want me co-starring with Busta, Exhibit, and Debo from Friday. I ain't even hesitate. Script felt like a remix of that old blaxploitation flick Bucktown. And I was a Fred Williamson fan since a kid. Signed on the spot. Meanwhile, 50 blowing up like TNT. Get rich or die trying, hitting 10 mil plus. Sneakers with Reebok, G-Unit records, G-Unit clothes, G-Unit everything. He played the industry like chess while most rappers was playing checkers. And I'm watching all that like, damn, that's exactly how we should have moved in the 90s. But back then, we was too young. Too busy living the fast life to think about legacy. We dropped the Murda Music DVD through Coke. Seeing that joint in stores felt like breathing after holding my lungs too long. I said to myself, finally, mission accomplished. Album release night for Amerikaz Nightmare, though? Legendary. Whole spot flooded, line down the block, fire department outside trying to shut it down because it hit capacity. The Game, The Locks, Raekwon, Treach, M.O.P. Everybody came out. Freestyles on stage, bottles of Henny and champagne poppin', crowd wild. I was twisted, spittin' shook ones when Survival of the Fittest was playin', have looking at me like I lost my mind. But the vibe was unbreakable. You could feel Queensbridge pride in the air. After the show, VIP packed. Couldn't breathe. Have spot this Latina he used to mess with, Erica. The one from Fabulous's Breathe video. He pull her up on the couch next to us. She lit, I'm lit, whole room spin. Have go holler at another chick, tells me, keep an eye on Erica. I'm like, bet. Next thing I know, I got my arms around her waist, whispering in her ear, hands sliding up her dress. No panties. Shit escalated quick. I told her, you coming with me? She said, cool, I'm with you. We heading out when Hav pull up in the G-Wagon, yelling her name. She froze, looked at me, then hopped in with him. I just laughed like, good for you, bro. Went home and knocked out. Kiki, if you're reading this, yeah, that happened. Few months later, I flew out to LA to film Full Clip. They put me up in Le Méridien, right off Sunset. Played an ex-Marine sniper, serious role, low budget but gritty. Learned a lot from Tiny Lister, dude stayed in character even off set. Exhibit was on the movie too, serious about acting, talking scripts all day. After rap, we'd slide to his crib up in the hills, smoke, play video games, laugh about how life flipped from projects to movie sets. One day at the Beverly Center, I met this short, light-skinned chick named Keishia. Tight tennis skirt, bad as hell. Said she was working on the Barbershop 2 soundtrack. I ain't even realized she was Keishia Cole till she said it. She invited me to her session, but I had to shoot that night. We talked a few times, left it at that. A week later, Kiki flew in. She walked through the trailer lot looking fine as ever. Everybody staring. We spent the week together. She'd chill on set watching me work. She told me who tried hollering on her way in. I ain't even mad. My girl bad, that's expected. After she left, me, Al, and Twin hit Vegas. But before that, I stopped at Mr. Cartoon's shop in LA, got my first tat from him. Told him I wanted half angel, half demon on my neck. Symbolic, 'cause that's how I felt inside. Caught between light and dark. On the way to Vegas, we drove through Death Valley. No lie, it started snowing. In the fucking desert. I looked out the window and told Al, that's a sign, bro. Change coming. In Vegas, Al hit the craps table like a fiend, eyes red from no sleep. I threw a few hundreds in the slots, doubled up, walked away before the tables flipped. Next morning, we dipped back home. But shit in New York was sour. Jive started pulling back on promo, talking about they couldn't approve budgets. Album was selling good, near gold. But they treated it like it was a mixtape. I'm pissed, thinking how Steve Rifkind from Loud would have never done that. Steve understood the streets, understood us. Jive didn't. They was built for Britney, not Mobb Deep. That's when I knew the marriage wouldn't last. One night I got home from the studio, couldn't sleep. Hooked up my son's PlayStation, played some Freedom Fighters, then cut the lights. Sky was clear, stars looking sharp. Out of nowhere, boom, all power gone. Whole block blacked out. I'm thinking it's Con Ed. Then this bright white light floods the room, silent but strong. Not a cop chopper, no sound, just energy. Colors shifting, red, green, blue, orange. Kiki sat up like, "What the fuck is that?" I said, "Don't move." That light hovered over the crib for minutes. Then darkness again, silence. Power came back on. I checked outside, whole block fine. I told Kiki, "You saw that, right?" She nodded. I felt it deep, like something otherworldly just visited me. Maybe it was guilt, maybe God, maybe something else. But I ain't sleep till the sun rose. Next few days, that feeling stuck with me. Like the universe was whispering, "Wake up." I've been living wrong, wildin', losing focus. Felt like that UFO was a sign from my ancestors, telling me I still got a path. Still, I couldn't shake the street habits. I was half angel, half demon. Exactly what cartoon inked on me. Then we had that co-host show upstate. Long drive, cold night, same old van. We chillin', waitin' for the promoter to bring the rest of the bread when a cop knocked the window. Smelled the weed instantly. Al trying to hide his ounce of kush, Twin refusing to take the fall. Before we know it, K9 unit pull up, lights flashing. I slid my 25 in my boot, heart racing. They pull us out, line us up. Al's weed get found, then the cop look at my boots, take 'em off. I knew it was over. He pull out my burner, start yelling. Next thing, we face down, cuffs on, cold ground. The driver they hired had a bag of crack and bullets in the back, like some bad movie. They took me, Al, and him in. Everybody else free. I spent the night in Albany County Jail. Dirty floor, hard bench, random dudes staring. When they processed me, word spread quick. "Yo, Prodigy in here." I just kept my head down. Judge hit me with $20,000 bail next morning. Kiki and Hav scrambled the cash. Couple weeks later, case got dropped to a misdemeanor. Lawyer said it was an illegal search. I walked free again. But even Kiki said it. You keep getting lucky, that luck gon' run out. Twin told me the same. Niggas gon' start thinking you snitching soon, P. Nah, never that. Just blessed. But I could feel it. Time was running low. That summer we booked a show in Connecticut with 50. Our first one together. Energy was high, crowd crazy. But backstage, one of his big white security guards got slick, tried blocking my path on the stairs. I told him move, he didn't. We exchanged words, he grabbed my arm, wrong move. My team lit him up. Whole brawl broke out, fists flying, teeth cutting skin. I ended up with an infected knuckle from hitting his mouth. Doctor said I was a day away from losing my damn hand. Lesson learned. Aim for the nose next time. After that, the tension eased. 50 even called me himself, told me it's all good. Said he understood. Real recognized real. But the chaos ain't stop. I'm home one day, Get this letter from the IRS. Over $300,000 in back taxes. From all them years I'd been blowing checks on chains, whips, weed, clothes parties, never thinking about the paper trail. I sat there holding that letter, feeling stupid. Thought about every bag I threw away trying to look rich instead of stay rich. I sold the house to pay it off. Still, Amerikaz Nightmare was more than an album. It was the soundtrack to everything I was living. The fame, the fights, the money, the spirits, the paranoia. I ain't realized till later it wasn't just a title. It was a prophecy. Crazy how the same lights that shine on you can blind you if you stare too long. After all that wildness, the tours, the studio sessions, the fights, the money, the fame. Life slowed down and hit me where it hurts most. I found out Kiki been creeping while I was on the road. That shit crushed me, no lie. I seen the emails, asked her straight up, and she confessed. Tears came out before I could even stop 'em. I ain't never cried over no woman before. Felt weak, like I just failed every test the streets ever gave me. But I couldn't even front like I was innocent. I'd been out there doing the same foul shit. Karma just circled back with her head high. I told her, "You know you just made me worse now. If you thought I was cold before, wait till you see this version." I meant it in that moment. Not even out of hate, just numbness. She apologized, said she wasn't going nowhere, and I knew she meant it. We was two broken people holding on to the pieces we still recognized. She used to tell me, "Whatever you doing out there, remember I might be doing the same." That line used to sting, 'cause I knew exactly what she meant. I just didn't want to hear it. So instead of fixing what was already cracked, I poured gasoline on it. More girls, more late nights, more fake smiles. I was punishing her, but really, I was punishing myself. Straight stupidity in designer clothes. We sold the crib after that. IRS took most of the bag. 80% gone before I even smelled it. What was left barely covered rent, so we ended up in Bridgeport, Connecticut, in this small 2-bedroom her aunt had. From a mansion with plaques on the walls to a spot with cracked paint and old carpet. 2 hours from the city. Every trip back and forth felt like another reminder of how far I fell. Schools was broke, teachers tired, books outdated. I'd watch my kids pack up in the morning, and that guilt hit like a migraine. They ain't asked for this. I promised them we wouldn't stay long, but promises don't pay rent. Money tight, love tight, pride tighter, and then Jive dropped us. Just like that. No warning, no talk. Amerikaz Nightmare was damn near gold. But they moved on. At first it burned, but after a while it felt like freedom again. No more fake smiles at meetings with people who ain't understand our sound. We back to free agents, just like the title said. We rented a small tour bus, threw the studio gear in the back, and hit the road. Have made beats in the back while we rolled through different states. Smoke filling the air, conversation heavy. We started talking about the game, about how the industry treats certain artists like royalty and others like ghosts. I said, "This crazy, bro. We make some of the best music out here. Got 2 of the illest producers alive, and we still hustling for a seat at the table." Have nodded. Feels like they blackballing us or something. I told him, Dre, cats like that, they need to sign Mobb Deep. We need people who understand our value, not these labels chasing radio. When we got back home, Al get a call from his manager, Paul Rosenberg. Said M wanted him to be his new tour DJ. DJ Green Lantern had just slipped up. Got caught talking reckless on a street DVD. Fifth and M saw it, fired him, and picked Al up. Just like that, My bro was in the biggest camp in the game. I felt proud and hopeful. If Al in the room with M, maybe we next in line. Me and Hav set up a meeting with Jimmy Iovine at Interscope. That's where the giants play. Dre, Shady, G-Unit, the whole empire. Soon as we heard Jimmy wanted to talk, we booked flights to L.A. But right before we left, 50 dropped Piggy Bank, dissing Ja, Kiss, Fat Joe, Shine, and tossed our name in too. I'll do you little ass like Jay did Mobb Deep. I remember hearing that and laughing out loud, part mad, part confused. Like this dude just dissed us and now we supposed to meet his label? I was thinking maybe it's some deeper chess move. Then it clicked. Having that New York video with Ja. That's why Fifth threw that line. Guilt by association. Hav told me later that Interscope ain't want to deal with our lawyer Londell no more. Said he had beef with label execs. I told him, that's 'cause Londell fights for artists. They hate him 'cause he don't let 'em rob us. But Hav ain't want to risk losing the deal, so he said we should switch lawyers. I hated that idea. Felt like betraying somebody loyal. But I ain't want to break the unity, so I played along. We meet this new lawyer, Theo Settlemare, the same dude who reps M and 50. Soon as he opened his mouth, I knew he ain't give a damn about us. Cold eyes, polished tone, all business. He tells us M not signing hardcore acts anymore, wants conscious rap. I looked at him like, you really expect me to believe that? Then he says, 50 ain't signing nobody either. Felt like a brush off. Like he just wanted to add Mobb Deep to his client list without actually working. But I kept my cool, signed the papers, smoked the cigars they handed out, pretending it was celebration when it felt like surrender. We finally sat across from Jimmy at Interscope. Dude greeted us like old friends, said, y'all classics. You just need a new coat of paint. I respected that. Said he'd rather bring us in through Dre or Shady 'cause they'd understand our sound better. Cool with me. We left that meeting with a little hope in our pockets. But life got its own timing. Couple days later, Hav called me early morning, voice jumpy. You ain't gonna believe this. 50 called me. Said he want to sign us. I paused. Sign us? After dissing us? Hav said, yeah. Wants to meet tomorrow. I didn't know if it was a setup or a blessing. Could be both. I told him I'd pull up, but in my head I'm thinking, this game crazy. And from there, it all spiraled toward the next chapter. The one that started in a cold metal room at Mid-State Correctional, where I had nothing but a bunk, a notebook, and time to face everything I'd been running from. Prison ain't no badge. It's a coffin with visitation hours. Anybody who glorifies this shit never been inside long enough to hear how quiet it gets when the doors close. I did my time, short bid, but long enough to understand every second costs you a piece of yourself. Doesn't matter if you was framed, wrong place, wrong time, or just reckless. You still moved wrong somewhere. That's what got you there. I've been to 5 joints. Rikers, Downstate, Governor, Oneida, and finally Mid-State. 2 years, 8 months, 5 different walls to stare at. Every spot I went, cats showed love. COS too sometimes. Queensbridge traveled with me like a tattoo you can't wash off. But deep down, I knew this was on me. I'd done damage in my life, hurt people, crossed lines. The universe just came to collect. You sit in that 8x10 box long enough, you start seeing yourself from outside your own skin. I started writing again, hungry like it was 95. Couldn't get no real beats in there, so I got creative. Kiki mailed blank tapes to Alchemist. He laid beats, sent 'em back, she re-wrapped 'em to pass inspection. Took 6 months just to get one cassette through. When that shit finally hit my hands, I went crazy. Wrote 7 albums worth of verses. No distractions, no streets. Just bars and breathing. Letters came from everywhere. Russia, France, Hong Kong, Queensbridge. But never from Hav. That silence cut deeper than any sentence. I'd written him 4 times, no reply. Kiki texted, called, emailed, barely got a word back. She told me, maybe that's his way of saying he's done. I said, nah. That's my partner. Keep trying. She looked at me like, you still don't get it. Maybe she was right. But I couldn't let go. Loyalty don't turn off. I started reading like a man possessed. Books from Laura, from Kiki, Asada, Eldridge Cleaver, Nelson Mandela, all that knowledge hitting me like thunder. I realized I'd been feeding my body all my life, but starving my mind. Prison gave me time to eat right mentally. That's the only good thing about it. It forced you to slow down and face yourself. Some nights, I'd sit on the edge of my bunk, headphones on, writing to static, pretending it was a beat. My cellies snoring, guards walking by, steel echoing. I'd look at my hands, same hands that once held mics, bottles, cash, guns, and think, these could build or destroy. I chose to build. By then I wasn't counting days no more. I was counting growth. Time stopped meaning months or years. It turned into lessons. Every line I wrote, every page I filled, was me stacking bricks toward freedom again. And when I finally walked out that gate, sky open, air fresh, world loud, it wasn't the same Prodigy stepping out. It was somebody rebuilt from the ground up. But that's another story. Chapter 12. Blood Money. That day in Harlem felt heavy, like the air itself knew some real shit was about to shift. Sun hitting off the Range Rover windows, black on black, same color as our mood. Hav was driving, fly in the back, me riding shotgun with that 16 still tucked but left under the seat when we pulled up. We was heading to meet 50 under the West Side Highway, 125th, Reebok chute going down. I ain't gonna lie, my nerves was sparking. Dude had dissed us not long ago on Piggy Bank, and now we supposed to smile and shake hands like that ain't happen? Still, I left the strap. Sometimes you gotta move with trust just to see if the world gon' fold or not. Chris Lighty met us first, same slick smile like nothing ever fazed him. Walked us to the trailer where Fifth was. I remember him stepping out that back room, cool as fuck, voice calm, eyes sharp. He ain't waste no time. Told us how much respect he had for us. Said he was a fan since day one. Claimed Mobb Deep made him want to rap. That's wild coming from a dude who sold 10 mil and ran the whole game like a CEO. He talked numbers, vision, power. Said we deserved to be eaten like he was. And for a second, I believed it. We left that meeting like we just hit the lottery. No cap. Hav was smiling for the first time in a minute. It felt like God threw us a rope after all them years fighting the current. No more label politics, no more stress over budgets or delayed checks. Just music, money, movement. I could finally move my family out that broke-down Bridgeport spot and breathe again. Back at the studio, me and Hav went back and forth all night about the deal. I said we need at least $2 million up front. Not 'cause I thought we'd get it, but 'cause I knew how this game worked. You start high, they meet you where they scared to lose you. Hav ain't see it like that. He thought asking for too much might scare Fifth off, but I told him, if you really mean all that I'm your biggest fan talk, he gon' pay the price. Truth is, I wasn't even sure I wanted that deal deep down. Something about signing under another man, especially one who once dissed you, just ain't sit right in my gut. Felt like I'd be selling a piece of my name. But I couldn't let pride kill opportunity. We had families, bills, real-life shit that don't pause for ego. That night driving back to Connecticut, thoughts hitting me from every angle. H.N.I.C. Pete. 2 was almost done, and I was ready to drop it on my own label. Be my own boss. But this new G-Unit move, if it went right, it could flip everything overnight. I kept thinking about me and Have. We was brothers, but different as daylight and graveyard shift, always been. He was the calm storm. I was the one bringing thunder. Still, we moved as one. When I told Kiki, she barely blinked. Music biz never impressed her. She just wanted out of Connecticut. I wrote a list in my head, pros, cons, and when I weighed it, the math said, do it. So I hit Theo, that snake-ass lawyer who already repped 50, told him we down, but need that $2 million advance. CCD Have, CCD 50's assistant, Pretty Shaw. I ain't hide shit. 10 minutes later, Have blowing up my email mad as hell. Said I was acting reckless. I laughed it off. Funny how trying to get us paid made me the problem. Later that day, I was chilling with Alchemist, smoking and thinking through it all. That's when my phone lit up. It was 50, said he got a track he wanted us to jump on. Sent it through email, and 20 minutes later, we bumping it loud in Al's crib. Beat was crazy, heavy bass, that G-Unit polish on it. I burned it straight to CD and sped to Queens to link Have. We laid that shit down in an hour flat. That's how we worked. Fast, surgical, no filler. For the next 3 weeks, we locked in. Track after track, no sleep, no breaks. 30 songs in. 50 called me one afternoon while I was at the ATM, said he was impressed how quick we moved. Said he had a surprise. Don't tell Have, he laughed. I'm buying y'all 2 Porsches as a bonus. My jaw damn near dropped. 2 Porsches? Before the ink even dry? That was some different level shit. Next thing you know, them whips got delivered. Have's was a white GT3 limited edition. Mine, a silver Turbo S. Black leather seats, curves so mean it made women stop mid-step. I used to call the vents on the side pussy holes. That's how sexy that car looked. I drove it through Queens with the windows down, music loud, feeling like life was finally repaying me for every scar I earned. I moved in with Al for a bit while we was finishing records. Dude was always cooking beats from morning to night. I ain't want to be no burden, so I kept his spot clean, swept floors, washed dishes, whatever. But the internet had me locked in heavy. Every night, I'd be online digging through pages about Illuminati, UFOs, lost civilizations, all that hidden knowledge shit. My brain was wired. Couldn't stop reading. Al used to look over like, "Yo, P, you good?" I'd just nod. Knowledge became my new drug. Soon as I'd snap out of that rabbit hole, I'd slide back to the studio in Queens. Have, Fly, and this young cat H.N.I.C would be there. H.N.I.C was from Southside Jamaica. Talented kid, hungry. Have wanted to sign him. Took me a while to warm up. New faces always made me cautious. The industry'll teach you trust don't come cheap. Monday came. Our new lawyer hit us. Said he got the deal memo from Fifth's people. 2-album deal, little over $1 million advance to split, merch cut 70-30 in our favor. Standard artist setup. 19 points per record, about $1 a copy. Plus, they offered tour spots, Eminem's Anger Management and 50's Massacre Tour. Movie soundtrack slots, real motion. We signed that paper like soldiers grabbing orders before war. Couple of weeks later, 50 threw a house party at his mansion in Connecticut. When I say mansion, I mean straight palace. Used to be Tyson's crib. Dude turned it into a fortress. Strip club, indoor courts, pool tables, lake, waterfall, even a gun range. You could get lost in that place. He told me, "Yo, P, this house is yours whenever you need it. My chef gonna take care of you." That shit hit different. I felt like he really meant it too. That night, it was all love. Yayo, Banks, Buck, everyone vibing. No egos, just family energy. We smoked, laughed, talked about music, about what's next. For once, I wasn't worrying about tomorrow. Next morning, 50 called. Get ready for tour. Anger management first, then the massacre run. Said he'd be at the office later. The G-Unit office was right near Al's crib, so I was always around. Talking business, catching energy. 50 and Yayo always asked, "Where have at?" I'd tell him, "He making beats." Which was true, but Have ain't like being in the spotlight. He moved different. Me? I wanted to be around. Watch how power moved. Jewelry dudes used to pull up trying to gift 50 chains and watches. He'd wave 'em off, but me and Yayo, we wasn't dumb. We made friends, got free shit. I'd bring Have gear, show him the spoils, told him, "You gotta show face, bro." The game don't wait for ghosts. When 50 announced he was signing MOP 2, it felt like fate. Brownsville and Queensbridge back under the same roof again. Two duos that been through hell, still standing. We shot the Outta Control remix video, first time I ever rapped over a Dr. Dre beat. Whole G-Unit squad came through, energy crazy. Shirts printed up saying Mobb Deep, G-Unit, game over. It felt like a new era, one where the old guard and the new giants finally linked. By the time the tour dates rolled in, I could feel the storm brewing. The world was watching. Mobb Deep back in motion, but this time we had muscle behind us. And I ain't going front. I was ready to see what that power really looked like up close. But every power move come with a price. And I was about to find out what that was. Time just kept moving, but it felt like I was drifting through it half awake. We wrapped Blood Money in less than 2 months, and 50 was hyped like we just handed him a gold brick. But out in them streets, people started running their mouths, saying the album sounded too G-Unit, like Fifth sat in the booth making every call for us. That shit used to piss me off, cause Mobb Deep ain't never been nobody's puppet. We made every move, picked every beat, designed the whole damn concept ourselves. That cover with me and Have sitting at the table, stacks of cash everywhere. That was my vision. Looked like two wolves after a long heist, blood on the money, eyes cold as the night. That's what it was meant to be. Raw, grimy, survival. First single, Put 'Em in Their Place, landed and stomped the yard. The label pushed it. Videos spun heavy. But the streets? They were split. Magazines wrote that our sales stalled. Radio hosts talking slick, acting like we fell off. Mob lost they touch. Prodigy soft now. Jay-Z killed they career. I used to sit there reading that shit and laugh, 'cause half them dudes ain't never been outside after midnight with nothing but a dream and a burner. The album still went gold. 500,000 sold. But the hate felt louder than the love. The one track that lit the most fire was Pearly Gates. I ain't even going front. It came from a real place. I'd been fighting with God my whole life, since them sickle cell nights when pain was crawling through my veins like demons. I used to lie there thinking, if God real, why he letting me suffer like this? That question lived in me forever. So when I wrote that verse, I wasn't trying to be blasphemous. I was trying to be honest. It was me arguing with heaven, trying to make sense of why the good die broke while evil men dine rich. But words hit wrong sometimes. Interscope's lawyers told me flat out, "You can't use God or Jesus in them bars." I snapped, said, "That's a violation of my rights." But at the end of the day, I ain't trying to die on a hill made of paper. I changed the verse, kept the message, and moved on. When Blood Money dropped, G-Unit threw a release party at the Roxy. That night was wild from the minute we touched the block. Streets were barricaded, fans screaming, cops everywhere. Me and Hav rolled deep, 40, 50 people easy. My Yukon behind his range, both drivers nervous from all the flashing lights. I spotted 3 dudes on the corner, black hoodies, cheap sneakers, no chains, straight D's. You learn to see that kind of thing after years in the city. The way they stand, how they pretend to be invisible, but can't hide the badge tucked under the shirt. I clocked it quick. Undercover heat, no doubt. Inside it was energy. Weed smoke heavy, bottles popping, women laughing. We hit the stage and tore through the classics, Shook Ones, Quiet Storm, then new joints off Blood Money. The crowd was moving like waves. But near the end, shit shifted. I felt people bumping into my back, turned around. 40 Glock and H.N.I.C arguing with one of my boys from QB, Draws. I told him chill, gave Draws a pound, kept rapping. But one of Draws' mans tried to throw a chain around Hav's neck mid-verse, caught his shades, tangled the mic. That was the last straw. 40 swung on him, dropped him cold. Chaos. Crowd rushing, security moving fast. Show over. We barely made it out the back before the cops swarmed the street. Soon as we hit the West Side Highway, unmarked car behind us flashing lights. I knew it was the same 3 from earlier. They walked up like they'd been waiting for me all night. "Albert Johnson?" one said. My heart dropped a little, 'cause you don't expect an undercover to say your full name like that. He told me step out the car. No explanation, no rights read. Just cuffs and silence. My boys yelling, asking what's going on. All the cops said was, "We got it under control." I'm sitting in the back of the unmarked, looking out the window at Manhattan lights flickering by, trying to figure what this about. They said it was a warrant. For what? Murder? Guns? Old case? One cop finally said, "You'll find out when you get booked." We cruising through traffic when they pull out the blue and white lights and get pulled over by other cops. You can't make that shit up. Black detectives getting stopped by white uniforms 'cause they ain't believe they real. The irony was loud enough to choke on. They finally drove me to Midtown Precinct. I asked again what I was being charged with. Nobody answered. They let my driver go, didn't even search the car. It felt off. Like they just wanted me, not the crew. They let me call Gotti to come grab my jewelry so it wouldn't end up missing in property lockup. $250,000 on my neck, wrists, and fingers. No way I'm letting that vanish. They actually let him take it. Said it was for documentation. Took pictures of everything, even his face. I knew then it was deeper than a warrant. They was building a file. Hip-hop task force, no question. Hours later, I'm sitting in the Tombs, laying on that piss-smelling floor, waiting to see a judge. Sun coming up through them high windows, my head pounding. When the detective finally called my name, I asked again, "Yo, what's the charge?" He looked at the paper, then looked back at me like he couldn't believe it himself. "You got a warrant for talking on your cell while driving." I damn near laughed in his face. After all that drama, the undercover cars, the whole production, they came for me over a phone ticket? You can't tell me that wasn't targeted. Judge tossed it out. Time served, case closed. I walked out that courthouse free, 35 blocks through the cold, back to Al's spot downtown. Slept a few hours, woke up, packed for tour. That's how life worked for me. Chaos, crash, and then straight back to motion. The Blood Money tour was something else, though. 50 made sure it looked big. Stage built like a housing project front, door in the middle, stairs on the side. Every night we'd walk out that door like we steppin' out the bridge itself. When them lights hit, you could feel Queensbridge breathin' through the speakers. One of the first stops was Baltimore. Grimy streets, kids lined up for autographs, half of them looking hungry, clothes worn down. I looked at myself dripping in diamonds, and for the first time, it felt wrong. Like I was flashing scars in front of people still bleeding. That day hit me deep. Made me think maybe I needed to do more than just rap about pain. Maybe I had to start living with purpose behind it. We spoke to kids in a juvie center in Atlanta after that. Little dudes, 10, 11 years old, already locked up for murder. I saw myself in their eyes, the anger, the pride, the confusion. Me and Hav told them straight, this life don't love nobody. They clapped when we left, gave us a plaque. That meant more than a gold record. L.A. came next. House of Blues on Sunset. Before the show, we did Power 106 with DJ Felly Fell. Dude asked how it felt being signed to G Unit. I smiled, said, "It's great. 50 bought us Porsches and gave us 20% of Game's publishing. Every time Game drop a hit, that's a new house for me." You should have seen their faces. They thought I was talking reckless, but it was all business. Later that night, 40 Glock came banging on my hotel door. Eyes wild, hand on his piece. "Yo, cuz, Game outside right now with some basketball dude. We got the drop on him." He had the 45 ready, talking about spitting off the balcony, letting shots fly in the air just to scare him. I ain't gonna lie, I was down for it in that moment. All that tension built up, years of ego and disrespect. But Hav stepped in, calm as always. "Nah, P, real men talk things out." I wasn't trying to hear that. Talk? Fuck talking. But Hav was right. He saw the bigger picture. While we arguing, word came that Suge Knight and some blood homies were rolling up, saying they was looking for Game 2. That shit was turning into a West Coast standoff. Sirens in the distance, cops everywhere. By the time they hit the block, Game dipped, Suge dipped, show went on. All that build-up for nothing. I remember standing on that balcony later, city lights burning below, thinking how stupid we all was. Grown men, millionaires, still playing with matches in a room full of gasoline. Next day we hit San Diego, then Keishia Cole's team called. She wanted beats. Hav, half drunk on the bus, called her up and started flirting instead of talking business. She snapped, said she already knew me. He looked at me like, "Yo, you know her?" Took me a sec to realize, yeah, I bagged her back before she blew up. Whole thing turned awkward quick. She hung up, have just laughed it off, but I could tell he was tight. Tour kept moving. London, Paris, Australia, New Zealand. Somewhere between flights, my body started crashing. Vision blurred, went straight black in New Zealand. Thought I was going blind like Ray Charles. Turned out it was sickle cell retinitis, oxygen drop from high altitude. Doctors said vessels in my eyes burst. After hours of meds, vision crept back. Scariest moment of my life. Then India. Never seen poverty like that. Cows walking through traffic, barefoot kids begging by marble hotels. The air itself felt heavy with survival. That's where the pain hit hardest. Couldn't hide it anymore. They wheeled me into a hospital that barely had clean sheets. Told me IVs and morphine were illegal there. My G-Unit brother Ree had to take a damn train 2 hours to the black market just to buy supplies. I laid there half delirious, laughing and crying from the pain, talking to ghosts. My pops, Killer Black, Twin, E-Moneybags. Told him I ain't ready yet. I still got work to do. And somehow, I pulled through. By the time I got back to the States, my body was weak, but my mind sharper than ever. I started writing non-stop, working on a new mixtape, Return of the Mac. Told Alchemist I wanted it to feel like an old 70s flick, Black Caesar meets the bridge. We stacked samples, wrote till sunrise. While other rappers worried about trends, I was building a legacy. Lloyd Banks dropped Rotten Apple around that time. Critics tore him up same way they did us. That's when I realized, don't matter how good you are, the world always looking for someone to tear down. Maybe we were too arrogant. Maybe the sound was too cold. But fuck it. We still here. We still breathing. And that's when I knew. No matter what label, no matter who co-signs or who doubts, Mobb Deep was eternal. Blood, pain, rhythm, and truth. Blood Money wasn't just an album. It was prophecy. Chapter 13. Return of the Mac. That summer of '06, Brooklyn heat felt heavy on my skin, like the city was testing who could handle the pressure. I was out in Flatbush filming that indie flick Blackout. Low budget, grime all over it, but real. They gave me a few lines, told me improvise, be myself. No acting school shit, just Queensbridge energy. I remember standing next to Jeffrey Wright on set, dude cold with it. And I thought, yeah, this film shit might be another lane for me. Soon as the shoot wrapped, I ain't waste a minute. Linked with Dan the Man, 50s video guy, told him I wanted to do something raw, not no shiny chain MTV joint. I dropped Mac 10 handle on a mix CD, dark, paranoid, like my mind in motion. We built the video from nightmares. Blood on the walls, crazy visions, me staring into mirrors, seeing ghosts from my past. No cars, no half-naked chicks, just raw story. Next thing I know, 400,000 views in 3 days. That was internet gold back then. I ain't need nobody to gas me up. I was showing Fifth that I could move units off my own grind. I wanted him to see I could be more than just Mobb Deep. I could stand solo. Thing is, even while the world was watching, I still had them small insecurities eating at me. Sounds stupid, but I always hated my teeth. Never smiled in flicks, barely smiled in real life. Years of smoking, drinking, stressing, teeth yellowed up, little gap in the middle. Have used to clown me, Kiki, too, but she said it with love. Still, that shit sat with me. Back when the Infamous dropped, Nas and them used to call me Rat Boy behind my back 'cause of the 2 front teeth. I laughed it off, but deep down, I felt that sting. So after that Mac 10 handle wave hit, I said, fuck it, time to fix me. Went to a dentist out in Jersey, Dr. Rizzo, slick white dude who looked like he did smiles for TV anchors. Cost me 20 grand. But when he finished, I looked like a whole new nigga. Pearly whites, clean bite, confidence on 10. Soon as I smiled in the mirror, I said, yeah, Rat Boy dead now. I even told Nas later, good looking, son, you inspired me again. While I was getting my grill right, Fifth called a big meeting at the office. Whole G-Unit family in the room, me, Hav, Banks, Yayo, Olivia, even MOP's manager, and Buck on speaker from Tennessee. Fifth came in quiet, black tee, diamond chain, that calm energy that make you listen. He said straight up, I've been dropping bread on all y'all, and I ain't seeing profit. Some of y'all moving lazy. Then he looked dead at Olivia. I paid stylists, makeup, travel, all that shit, but I don't see no hits. You could hear a pin drop. Then he turned to MOP's people. I had y'all in my crib studio for months. Mobb Deep did 40 tracks in a few weeks before ink even dried. What's y'all excuse? They mumbled. He waved them off. Then Banks caught it next. You got the work ethic, Banks. You make dope shit, but you ain't promoting. I lost my moms, nigga. You lost your pops. That pain don't stop the hustle. The air got heavy after that. Banks tried explaining, said he ain't happy with the label situation, but Fifth wasn't letting up. He turned to the rest of us. Y'all depending too much on me. I jump on your records, shoot your videos, and still gotta beg you to push your own shit. From now on, no more features, no more carrying. Time to stand on your own too. He pointed under the table. Look down. What y'all see? We all looked. Gucci, Louis, Tim's, Fendi everywhere. Exactly, he said. Ain't nobody wearing G-Unit. I'm paying y'all endorsement checks every month for them sneakers, and not one of y'all reppin'. That's when he said it. Deal's dead. No more checks. You don't like it? Bounce. I sat there quiet, thinking how, if he gave me that kind of deal, I'd wear G-Unit gear in my sleep. But I respected his point. Business first. Then Buck wiled it out over the phone, saying, I'm the cleanup man, 50. Don't worry, I got this. I looked around like this fool trying to flex in the middle of a storm. Banks tossed his hat, said, Ain't nobody happy here. Fifth leaned back, calm as ice, and said, Then go be happy somewhere else. Next week, Olivia and MOP were gone. Banks damn near ghosted after that. I was going to ask Fifth to back my next solo, H.N.I.C part 2. But after that meeting, I kept it quiet. Timing ain't right. So I kept building on my own. Alchemist and Me Locked In made Return of the Mac sound like a 1970s flick. Black suits, smoke, and soul samples. We even did a photo shoot dressed like Harlem gangsters. Bumpy Johnson and Dutch Schultz vibes. Coke Records hit me up out the blue. Bob Perry talking about buying it off me for $200K cash. I said, run that check. When I told Fifth, he laughed like, how the fuck you always land in these wild deals? That money hit, and I moved like I had something to prove. Shot 3 more videos back to back. Stuck to You, NY Shit, Seventh Heaven, with my guy Un Pacino from Far Rock. Dropped each one a few weeks apart, built the buzz slow. The internet ate it up. Streets talking again. Prodigy back on his shit. Coke pushed it quick. 50,000 sold easy. No major label, no machine. Just hustle. That tape was the setup, the warm-up before H.N.I.C part 2. But right when things started moving, some weird opportunities started knocking. A company named Voxonic came to me. Said they had some high-tech shit that could translate any voice into any language. They wanted to launch a record label with it and needed a face, a name, somebody with credibility to make it look official. I ain't trust corporate types, but money talk. That same week, Twin hit me. Said he got 5 stacks from some Euro label for me to cameo in a video. I said bet, told Kiki to ride out to Quarterback with me. Pulled up in the bulletproof Suburban, same one from the Blood Money days. She stayed in the truck, didn't fuck with people much. I stepped out, streets smelling like weed and old memories. Saw my man Bumpy, fresh out after 6 years, dapped me up like no time passed. While I'm doing my scenes, this dude Green Eyes walks up. Hadn't seen him since the Bars and Hooks days. Yo, P, let me holla at you real quick, he said, pulling me aside. Told me, duh. Preemie mad 'cause you talking reckless about him in them songs. Got some dudes out here asking about you. I smirked. Oh, word? Tell him come see me then. He said he told him to chill, that he got love for me, but to stop talking wild on records. I told him it's music, not gossip. The line he meant was from Return of the Mac. If Pac was still alive, we'd be on the same team. We got bigger fish to fry than that bitch Supreme. I meant what I said. Pac was down with E-money bags, and Preemie had him killed, got 50 shot. That beef been rotten in Queens for years. I ain't never been scared to say names. Twin came over, asking, "You good, P?" I told him yeah, but he could see the tension. Queensbridge always felt like home and a war zone at the same time. Love and danger living on the same staircase. I grabbed my 5Gs, nodded to Kiki, and dipped. Back home, things between us was shaky, but surviving. After that whole phone cheating episode, I turned colder. Music became my only outlet. I barely slept, barely talked. The studio was church, confessional, battlefield, all in one. My kids barely saw me. I kept telling myself I was doing it for them, but part of me knew I was running from something too. Then that Voxonic deal turned real. They offered $400K advance, 50-50 split, ownership of masters, plus a monthly salary and crib covered. I told Fifth about it. He laughed like, "Yo, how the fuck you keep finding these blessings?" Even our lawyer couldn't believe it. Said, "P, this the type of deal execs dream about." I said, yeah, but deep down, I knew. Every deal got a catch. Every smile hid a scheme. And I was about to learn just how deep that rabbit hole went. So I lock in and tell myself, we ain't chasing chandeliers no more. We chasing truth. Everybody running to radio, I'm running to the block. H.N.I.C. Part 2 gonna sound like pissy staircases, court dates, moms praying on rent day. Sid Rome's slide packs, Al Cook Up, Veterans Memorial Part 2, a BC, The Life, Young Veterans, Test Tube Babies, Dirty New Yorker. I'm knocking 'em out like I owe the clock money. If it ain't for TV, cool. Rap was ours first. The mainstream came to Queensbridge. We never begged no velvet rope. Rodney pull up with update, eyes serious. They been on you since '93. He got files, photos, routes. Derek Parker, the cop who built that shadow squad, sitting in his crib telling war stories like a man confessing. Said the intel wasn't safety, it was busy work. Faces, friends, hangouts, nothing but nets cast for headlines. He even wrote a book about it. I'm hearing COINTELPRO echoes, panthers in my head. How they love to study what they fear. We bring Parker to court for the suppression. Try to stitch up the illegal search. No warrant, no permission. Just hands in my truck like it's public housing. Judge ain't trying to hear the path from club to U-turn. Only wants the piece where they found the medal. Cool. We play our part. Al goes on the stand, tells it straight. DA objects like a smoke alarm. Judge nods along. I can feel where this train headed. Then SOBs have got the Kush party, Preem on the set, the whole spot energy up. Saigon walk in, asks to rock. 10 of ours post in the crowd, 10 slide on stage. I got the Lil Razors sitting quiet in my jacket. But my head remind me, you on trial, chill. Play chess, have lit, trying to swing. I pull him back, whisper, not like this. Let the floor talk. Words get tossed, hugs for the camera. But as soon as the mic drop, chaos. Tyson yoking shirts, bottles kissing the wall by dude's face. He throw 2 wild ones, graze my brim. I stumble, laugh inside. Anybody can get tapped. It's what happens after. Our boys chase him through traffic, jewelry flying like payphones in a storm. Next night the flyers say, "Run Saigon, run," whole city giggling. Detectives slide in our dressing room on some "we don't care if y'all fight, just don't shoot" vibe, nose all in the gossip. Felt like somebody been whispering in they ear. I just nod. We do music, that's it. On my born day, we dip to L.A., Venice breeze at Al Crib, then quick Vegas mission. Little Whitechapel, rings, laughs, 40 Glock witnessin'. Not 'cause I trust ceremonies, but 'cause I trust the woman who stood when the storm stood. Back home, jury pickin' looking like snow. 4 black folks bounce theyself off talking gun trauma. Rest is pale faces and polite eyes. Detectives swear in. One of them say he saw a nickel piece in my hand. Pure theater. DA rolls a TV cart like we in 7th grade, ready to play videos, freeze frame me into the boogeyman. I'm sitting there calculating. Do I trust 12 strangers to choose my kids over a headline? Lunch break. DA whisper a new number, 3.5 if I take it quick. Outside my window that night, the Hudson black as gun oil. I run the math. See my babies in 20-something or see 'em in 3? Music gone stale or music still breathing? I call moms, bro. Have, fif. Everybody say fight. My pride say fight. My wisdom say move like water. I gather shaka first. Speak it clean. It ain't about being bad. It's about being wrong. Illegal gun is illegal gun. Tears crack his voice, but he nods like a man. Tasya got that quiet strength, keeps her rein to herself. I promise both. 3 years go fast if you fill 'em with purpose. Then I call Irv and tell him run it. Take the 3.5, but give me 3 months to build a runway. Judge stamps it, and now I'm sprinting like there's a bomb under the clock. Videos for every joint, H.N.I.C, 2.com loaded daily, press, shows, final BB. King blowout with the whole family tree in the room. It ain't pretty, but it's powerful. We capture it on tape so the world can rewatch my heartbeat while I'm gone. Sentencing day. Thermals under the sweats, shells on my feet. Morphine pills stitched into cuffs just in case the pain flare ugly. Cameras outside, love and hold your head. Inside, just paperwork and cuffs. I turn for one last look at Kiki. Sadness stretch across her face like dusk across the bridge. Door shuts, world muffled. Fast forward. Yard gravel under sneakers, birds talking God's language, CO radios coughing static. I read a fanny, listen between the lines. Muscle and mind ain't enough. You need spirit. Pops once told me, God looked like water. Took me half a life to understand. Now I ain't begging for faith, I'm acknowledging fact. God been here, will be here. Anger shrink when purpose step in the room. Opposition? Just nature moving furniture. H.N.I.C. Pete. 2 drop while I'm in greens. Numbers ain't sweet, but my family's straight off the advance and the salary I lined up. Vox gets salty about the payouts. Stop answering Kiki. Cool, y'all showed me who you are. I put the company in a shoebox in my head and get back to writing. Fifth slide through the visit room solo, whole spot buzzin'. We talk flicks, cheetah vision. Before I self-destruct, he name a lil bro character after Shaka. Sent my boy a stack for Christmas. That's love with feet on it. He say when I'm out, we back in the lab. Bet. Winter flips pages, and one Saturday, have finally walks in with a styrofoam coffee and a grin, trying to be an apology. We hug, sit. He say writing letters ain't his lane. I say communication is food. I own my part. Guns, drama, messin' the cash flow. And he admits he been scared riding shotgun with me for years. I tell him I'm off that. I got 7 albums mapped on commissary paper, mind clean like a fresh yard. Industry weird now, sure, but classics still move units. Wayne, Hov, M. Our job ain't to chase the chart, it's to be undeniable. I push him to place more beats outside the crib. His drums still make rappers believe in themselves. He shrugs. Say he don't like people. I laugh. Say that's why God made managers. Rumors about G-Unit drop? Chapter. Work talks. Send me packs. He leaves, and I sit on that thin mattress, take an inventory. Every verse, every tour, every after-party, every hand that took, every hand that held. Prison got a way of washing the noise off the picture. I think about how rivalry's been gasoline for whole eras. But forgiveness got its own flame. Nas made me sharpen my steel. Jay showed me business form. The city raised me tough. Kiki raised me patient. My kids raised me honest. We a rare breed. New York MCS who turned pain into export. The lineage gone keep, with or without us. I wish 'em health, peace, love. And if you think that's soft, you still stuck in hallway logic. Real ones evolve. I ain't competing no more. I'm creating. When that gate crack, I'm sliding back through like water. Shapeless, formless, everywhere I need to be. If you rockin' with this story, hit that sub, drop a like, and let the world know you was here. Throw a comment down below. Tell me what book you want to hear next, what legend we should bring to life. Every voice matter here, every story got weight. This is Street Legends Audiobooks, where the truth don't fade, it echo. Stay tapped in, stay loyal, and I'll catch you on the next one. Peace.